Okay, hello and welcome. I hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing pretty good. Yeah. Let me think. It was 20 years since Half-Life 2 came out. There's probably going to be a lot of people playing it, and I'm going to be playing through it as well. It's as good a time as any to play through it again, I guess. Since, well, 20 years. Odd thing to celebrate. Um, yeah. I quite like Half-Life 2. Um, I've played through it. I don't know. I can't give an exact number. I don't remember that. Maybe like 3 times, 4 times. I don't really replay over and over things which I've played. If I play through them once, that's generally enough. If it's really good, I'll play through it again, maybe a 3rd time. Hello, welcome. RTX Ray Tracing. No, I don't believe that's out yet. That's out yet. Last I checked, there wasn't a release date on that. So this will just be the base game. I will be playing the updated. I will be playing Half-Life 2 with the developer commentary because I'm interested in listening to what they have to talk about the development. Since personally, I have played through the game before a few times, so I want to see what they have to say about the development. I have watched the 2-hour-long documentary Valve released about the development. I'm guessing the commentary will be more about their decisions during the levels and all that. During the design of the game and the levels and areas. It's interesting seeing how the game changed over the years and the development, and some things which didn't really change at all, like the Striders, they really didn't change from very early on. If you like Half-Life 2, I can recommend that. So I played through base Half-Life 2 probably about 3 or 4 times, maybe. But probably only played through episode 1 and 2. Ooh, I don't know. Maybe twice. That was the thing where they came out, I played through them, I waited for the next one, it came out, I played through it, and yeah. The ongoing wait, I guess. And I never did play Half-Life Alex because I don't have a VR headset. I could play it without one, but it was designed for one, so I wanted to play it with it. If I ever got one, I have watched a playthrough of it. It does seem very good. But yeah, let me load this up here. I don't really need to tell people all about it. Half-Life 2 is fairly well known, I would say. They did update this. I think it's got improved textures and all. It's not looking as good as the what's it called? Should be about right. It's not looking as good as the RTX one. That one seems to really improve the textures a lot. One of the issues I kind of have with Half-Life 2 is that the textures look a bit flat. They look nice, but the lighting in Half-Life 2 has always been a bit... Well, it's not as dynamic as later games. For the time, it looked really great, though. How do I turn on... I don't want aim assist. What is this? Get that off. Oh, that's for gamepad. Good. Just good. Yep, that's all fine. Normal. I don't feel like playing on hard or anything. Crank video to the max. I think I have actually put up the visuals as high as they can go. I mean, you know, with things like motion blur off, because I can't stand that. I've also bumped the field of view up because it was on 70 or 75. I put it up to 85. But yeah, everything should be as high as it can go. Let me just go through this again. Oh, I don't see an option there for, Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh. Commentary mode contains audio commentary by the Valve developer team. Start a node. Aim at the balloon and press use. Oh, nice. You'll be invulnerable to damage while listening to a node, and you can't get achievements. That's fine. I'll do a full playthrough of the game without getting any achievements. I don't care. I get achievements for a game which I finished with it like a few days after it came out.
Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. Rise and shine. Not that I wish to imply you have been sleeping on the job. No one is more deserving of a rest, and all the effort in the world would have gone to waste until... well, let's just say your hour has come again. The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. So wake up, Mr. Freeman. Wake up and smell the ashes.
There we go. Hello.
I didn't see you get on.
How's the audio? Maybe still a little bit loud. Let me put it down a bit. Okay. Feels like it didn't change it much.
No matter how many times I've been relocated, I never get used to it.
Help! we're being assaulted by a speech bubble. Hold on a moment. That mouse sensitivity is quite low. Okay, that's all right.
End of the line.
So yeah.
Welcome.
I'm
No,
Dave
let's
Newell,
listen
and
to this.
welcome back to Half-Life 2.
Ah, nice. It
It's
does
been a
have
long 20 years
full,
since its release. In this anniversary update, we've tried to respond to as many of the community's requests as possible. And while this might not be the absolute #1 request from fans, I often hear how much people would like a commentary mode, so we're excited to finally make that happen. Not only was it a challenge to remember many of the details of Half-Life 2's development, but it's not easy to crack open decades-old computer code and wonder what the hell you were thinking way back then. Along with the dev commentary, we've cleaned up a bunch of old bugs and tried to leave things in a better shape than we found them. And at least this time, we had the luxury of knowing how things turned out in the end. To listen to a commentary node, put your crosshair over the floating commentary symbol and press your use key. To stop a commentary node, put your crosshair over the rotating node and press the use key again. And please let me know what you think. You can reach me at gaben@valvesoftware.com. Thanks, and have fun.
Okay.
Welcome.
There we go.
Welcome to City 17.
Yeah, we've got that guy yakking on
You
there.
have chosen or been chosen to relocate to one of our finest remaining...
We'll listen to this one as well.
It might be hard to remember it now, but back when Half-Life 2 came out, small objects in games, like these bits of trash, were usually static, as in they didn't really move, or if they did, it was in a very simple way. If you were lucky, they might break apart into some sprites if you hit them. One of the goals for this initial train station section was to really make it clear to players that these kinds of things were properly, physically, actually being simulated in Half-Life 2. They could be picked up, dropped, thrown, broken, moved by other forces, you name it. Here we're starting with just a small thing, showing that trash is being blown by the arrival of the train, or, more specifically, an invisible volume that's triggered by the player leaving the train.
Okay. So... yeah, like... I don't think I really followed the release of this game when it was first announced to when it was released. I never played Half-Life 1 when it first came out. I didn't have a computer which would have been able to play it, and...
Welcome.
Let me just wait, because he's yakking constantly. I didn't really get into first-person shooters until, like, maybe 2000, when I got Unreal Tournament 1999. Or just UT, the first one. Before then, I played a lot more adventure games, strategy games. I think part of it was because of, like, the inherent violence in, like, first-person shooters was not something which I had really ever played at that point. So, you know. Though this wasn't one of the first first-person shooters I got. There was a few others before it. But yeah, like, I think I did see the E3 video showing off Half-Life 2 and the physics and all that. I think it was because it was on one of the PC Power Play magazine CDs which I got at the time. You would copy them from that or watch them from the CD or DVD and watch them on your computer, because I didn't have internet. Well, no, we did have internet, but I wouldn't have been able to watch it online. It would have been too big. And I think the game came out and I saw it at someone else's house. And I was like, oh yeah, that looks neat. So I bought it a few days later. And I was, I think, rather pleasantly surprised that it worked on my computer. I don't remember what my computer was like at the time, and I don't remember whether we bought a new graphics card for it. There's probably some other games which I was wanting to play as well, which needed a better graphics card anyway, so upgrading the computer would have served multiple games rather than just for one. But, oh, let's see, when did it come out? 2004, yeah, 20 years ago. I just said that earlier. Actually, that would have been a bit later. Because I would have played Morrowind because World of Warcraft came out later. That might have been later that year. It all blurs together. Anyway, I remember seeing the game at someone else's house, thinking that was neat, and then I bought it a few days later. Not exactly when it came out, and I had to wait for it to download from Steam. That was a huge annoyance. Steam was a pain.
Train station. The beginning of a Half-Life game has a big job to do. We have to introduce players to a new world while teaching them how to interact with it. Players need to quickly grasp what's happening, who the key players are, what threats they face, and how they fit into it all. Above all else, it has to be as fun and interactive as possible. Nailing this takes a lot of iteration and playtesting, especially on the small moments that make up a bigger picture of the game. In this section, we'll highlight some key moments, game design problems, and a few playtests where things didn't quite go as planned.
One thing I would iterate here is that if you're interested in video game design or like making games of your own, I would rate. I already know I'd rate this commentary, which comes with Half-Life 2, very high on your to listen on your to listen list, because the people involved really know what they're doing. Another really good commentary to listen to is the one for Portal or Portal 2. Or I think, does Left 4 Dead or Left 4 Dead 2 have developer commentary? At least the Portal ones. Or the one in one of the Portal games is really good as well. Because it just... Yeah, Half-Life 1. No, Half-Life 1. Left 4 Dead 1 has developer commentary. And that one's particularly useful, because it teaches they talk about all the ways which they're like subtly guiding the players through a level, and it will seem obvious when you listen to it, but it's something which is easy to like miss, and because it works with the level design, you don't realize that it's all like that a lot of the things are like pushing you in a certain direction. So, oh yeah, picking up objects and tossing them around is a pretty big deal. Why is my mouse still so sluggish? Holy crap. Raw input, please. No? What the heck is this? Wait, hang on. I don't want mouse smoothing. I just want it to be snappy. It feels like I'm moving it around as moving through Java. Hello, welcome, welcome. The evil in the mirror is finally defeated. To be continued. We did finish Black Mirror 2. It seems like the story is going to be concluded in the final part. Feels like there's mouse smoothing on it, but the mouse smoothing is turned off. It is a real pain. Let me just put this all the way up to max and see what it's like. Ugh. Like,
Welcome.
it seems like I'm going to. It seems like I'm quibbling over something, but it's really simple, really
It's all I have left.
easy to feel.
Urban centers.
All right, I'm moving.
I thought so much of City 17 that I
Metro Cop shoving citizens.
my administration here.
We've only walked a few feet and we're already got problems to solve. We're introducing the Metro Cop, an enemy that eventually we're going to ask players to kill, and giving you a glimpse of the world they're stepping into. It's a simple, clear moment that shows the relationships between the Metro Cops and citizens, and by extension, the player. At the same time, we decided to reinforce the existence of the core physics simulation, showing the way in which NPCs can casually interact with objects in the world. Seeing something like a suitcase knock into another and dislodge was pretty novel back then. These moments at the train station, where we combined multiple goals, were the most successful. They felt natural, like the game wasn't pausing just to teach you a lesson.
Yeah. Again, like being able to pick this stuff up and move it around and have the characters like bump into it, knock it over. It's pretty neat. The engine has been patched a few times since then. It's not as buggy as it used to be. This was another big thing. Having an object break like that into fragments, which you can then pick up.
I thought so much of
That was pretty
City
fantastic
17
too.
that I elected to establish my administration here.
Sweeping Vortigaunt. Another key moment of storytelling, and another nod to the physics system. Here, we're showing how Vortigaunts fit into this new world, which is a big shift from their Half-Life 1 role as enemies. Like so many moments in Train Station, the Sweeping Vortigaunt came from our constant hunt for ways to show characters interacting naturally with the physics system.
Can I move away from this?
Why just tell players Vortigaunts are friendly now, when you can show one casually sweeping the floor and knocking around some simulated objects? Nothing signals, hey, don't shoot me this time around, like someone willing to tidy up.
Yeah, poor guys. We can take the phone.
Welcome. Welcome to City
Okay, let's
17.
continue on.
Were you the only ones
You
on
have
that
chosen
train?
or been chosen to relocate to one of our finest remaining
Go.
urban centers.
You can see some of the jankiness of the engine when you're moving through this. It's just like shudder, shudder, judder,
My
judder.
administration here in the citadel so thoughtfully
Ram this in
provided
there.
by our benefactors. I've been proud to call City 17 my home. And
Oh,
so,
oh,
whether
source
you are
engine
here
physics.
today or passing through on your way to parts unknown, welcome.
There's something just hilarious about the sound of the bodies slapping around the place when they get stuck in walls.
When it came time to design the human citizens of City 17 and the world outside the city, we chose to include a variety of races, ages, and genders. This not only provided narrative context for the Combine's enslavement of all of humanity, but it was also important to us that anyone playing the game could see themselves represented in the Resistance, with everyone on Earth united against the Combine. While we found a number of candidates to use as reference in creating these citizens through our daily lives and connections, we ultimately resorted to advertising in the Seattle Times classifieds to reach the desired range of faces that we'd envisioned.
Okay. There's a boot. There's a boot in the what's it called? Lockers. I think you can break these, can you? Maybe.
And so, whether you are here to stay,
you get a soda.
Passing through on your way to parts of the home.
Can I get more?
Welcome to City 17. It's safer here.
Ah. Now it's broken. All these soda cans are empty. What is this? Guess I'm not paying for them. Yeah, you can like push these around.
Natural storytelling. To achieve our world building and storytelling goals throughout the train station, we needed a natural way to deliver dialogue without it feeling too gamey or requiring tutorials. We noticed players often approached NPCs to get a closer look, so we turned that into an opportunity for the NPCs to acknowledge the player and deliver their lines. This kept interactions low-key, which was essential since the citizens aren't exactly too cheerful or lively. The simplicity of this approach also aligned with one of Half-Life's core storytelling goals, making the narrative responsive to the player's interest. Some players want to dig into every detail, while others just want to know what to do next. Giving players control over how much story they want to engage with, without it blocking progress, is a goal we always try to maintain in a Half-Life game. Plus, the less complicated a feature is to implement, the more of it we can include.
And they don't repeat their lines constantly either. Hello.
Don't drink the water. They put something in it to make you forget. I don't even remember how I got here.
Well now.
Welcome.
Bye.
Welcome to City 17. You have chosen or been chosen to relocate to one
Flawless.
of the remaining urban
Did I do it with this one?
I thought so much of City 17 that I elected
Oh, come on.
to
That was supposed to float off. How'd you do that anyway?
in the citadel so thoughtfully provided by our benefactors. I've been proud to call
Do it again.
City 17 my home. And so, whether you are here to stay or passing through on your
It's like if it stops moving once it hits his head, it will just keep sliding along.
it's safer here.
Yeah. Flawless.
They never leave. You never see them go. They're always
No,
full.
you actually
one
pushed me out of the
ever
way.
gets on, but they're always departing, but they never arrive. And there's a door.
Hello.
Welcome.
I see they took your
Welcome to
suitcase
City
too. They can't get
17.
away with this much longer.
You have
If you
chosen
follow them, you
or
see that
been
some of
chosen
these
to
are the guys
relocate to
who
one
were
of
on the
our
train.
finest
They just sit
remaining
down
urban
here.
centers.
I'm working
I
up the
thought
nerve
so
to
much
go
of
on.
City 17 that I elected to establish my
Dr.
administration
Breen
here
again?
in the
I was hoping I'd seen the
citadel
last
so
of him in
thoughtfully
City 14.
provided by
I
our
wouldn't say that too
benefactors.
loud. This is his
I've been
base of
proud to call
operations.
City 17 my home.
Hmm.
And so, whether you are here to stay or pass
Early tech planning. Shipping a game always teaches us a lot. We finally get to find out which choices we made were good ones, and which were ones we should do differently next time. So after Half-Life 1, when we sat down to start thinking about what kind of sequel we could build, we had all kinds of player feedback to digest. From it, we tried to build a master list of things that Half-Life 2 was going to focus on. We didn't try to design a specific player experience. Instead, we found it more useful to approach the question from a technological standpoint. Black Mesa's security guards and scientists had worked well. What could we do if we pushed it really, really hard on characters? We liked our interactive storytelling. What could we build that would allow us to do even more of it, and a greater variety? The exploration and interaction with the Black Mesa was compelling to players. Maybe a physics system would allow us to take that further. In all these areas, we tried to imagine the best version of it could look like years in the future, and back solve from that a set of technological steps that might get us there.
It is interesting, the physics mechanics which is in this game, because we've seen in games which I've played on stream and all in the past that there was examples of it in the past, even all the way back from like 93 with what's it called, Ultima Underworld. You could pick up objects and throw them around, and they even had some objects which would bounce around, but they didn't really interact with other boxes or, you know, things like that. They'd push other sprites around, but it was sort of like, it wasn't as an interactive physics as it is in this. You did have some other physics in games, like in Deus Ex or Thief, where you could pick up like a pot plant and toss it, and it would move around and slide across a table and on the floor. But you weren't really stacking objects on top of each other. There wasn't any part in the game where you needed to do that.
Storytelling. Creating a sense of immersion was a core principle in our approach to Half-Life 1's storytelling, and it led us to the self-imposed constraints of never, or at least very rarely, taking control away from the player and of keeping the player's avatar silent. These limitations made storytelling more challenging at times, but we felt it was important to stay with them for Half-Life 2. Our hope was that by maintaining these principles, we'd push ourselves to explore deeper, more interactive storytelling.
Yeah, I do appreciate how Half-Life 1 and 2 never really doesn't put you into a full cinematic. Like, you can't move here at the moment, but I still have control, even though I'm watching like the scene unfold around me.
I thought so much of City 17.
This must be a mistake.
You can look in here if you
Got a
want.
standard relocation coupon just like everybody else.
No.
Characters. In
Just wait
Half-Life
here.
1, security guards and scientists could best be described as archetypes, not individuals. They were abstractions of characters that matched the visual fidelity we could achieve at the time. But as our technology improved with Half-Life 2, we saw an opportunity to move beyond abstractions. The increased visual fidelity of the character models, combined with improvements in animation, made us believe we could focus on creating individual characters, people you would actually care about. We allowed ourselves to write real dialogue and have characters deliver it in a way that felt realistic enough for players to not think about them as pawns in a video game, and hopefully propel our narrative forward. In 2001, a couple of years into development, we were energized by Japan Studios' Ico. Directed by an animator, it blew us away with its reliance on characters as the key connection to the player, giving us the courage to keep pushing forward.
I've not played Ico. I remember the name is familiar to me, but I don't think I've ever seen actual gameplay of it. Hello.
I'm gonna need me some privacy for this.
About that beer I owed you. It's me, Gordon, Barney from Black Mesa. Hey, sorry for the scare. I had to put on a show for the cameras. I've been working undercover with civil protection. I can't take too long or they'll get suspicious. I'm way behind on my beating quota.
Yes, Barney, what is it? I'm in the middle of a critical test.
Sorry, Doc, but look who's here.
Great Scott! Gordon Freeman! Good morning.
Yeah, you and me both, Doc. He was about to board the express to Nova Prospect.
Well, Barney,
oh, come on.
what do you intend?
I'm thinking.
Alex is around here somewhere. She would have a better idea how to get him here.
Well, as long as he stays away from checkpoints, we should be okay.
It's actually taking
Listen,
the bucket out of my
Doc.
hand.
We're taking enough chances as it is.
Very well. And, Gordon, good to see you.
Okay, Gordon. You're gonna have to make your own way to Dr. Kleiner's lab. Oh, man, that's what I was afraid of. Get in here, Gordon, before you blow my cover.
Come on, put your foot up.
There's no time to waste here, Gordon. Get a move on.
Oh, okay. Can I block the door with, like, boxes and such.
Will you get going?
Hold on a moment. This is important. I don't think they'll break through the door. You can't really die just yet. Well,
move it along.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Blocking tutorial.
Through that window and keep going till you're in the plaza. I'll meet up with you later.
Not my chair, you
Blocking
ruined it.
tutorials. At times, we need
Hello.
to be certain the player has learned something, and the standard method, at least in game development, not in life, is to trap them behind a gate of some kind, where the player must demonstrate their knowledge to be able to continue. We try to disguise these gates as something natural, so it doesn't feel like the game has come to a halt. Of course, time, resources, or the environmental context itself can make that tricky. In this case, we needed to teach the players how to move objects, so a simple stacking puzzle seemed like the best solution. We tested more complex designs, but they ended up being less effective at teaching the actual thing we needed the player to learn.
Yeah, the other problem is that sometimes people are just stubborn and they'll try to brute force a puzzle without really paying attention to what they have to do. Seen that a few times. Hello, welcome. You tried Hexen and quit after an hour. You guess you expected a simple shooter, but it's a puzzle switch hunter. It does improve later on, but the first hub and about halfway through the second hub, there is a lot of that, yeah. I think, as I said, I think the level design gets better as you go along, but still rather got that is the big problem with Hexen. Switch hunting.
Blocking tutorials 2. There are two failures of note in this tutorial. First, players can break it by tossing all the boxes out the window, which is obviously not great. This leaves them stuck and unable to continue, which we consider a game-stopping bug that must be fixed. A clean solution would have been to tweak the window or crate sizes so that the player could fit through but not the crates. The problem was that we really only caught this problem late in development, and making even a simple change like that can have unpredictable game-breaking consequences, and right before launch no less. Also, this issue was purely theoretical. We'd never actually seen players do it. Our playtests of the design space had gone smoothly, with players learning what they needed and moving on. So changing the room's design this late in the game could have disrupted that success in ways that we couldn't foresee, so we opted for a more conservative fix rather than something elegant. If you're curious, try tossing all the boxes out the window and see what happens.
Okay, we'll try that. I'm interested to see what they got to do. All of the boxes? I guess these ones.
Blocking tutorials 3. The second failure in this tutorial space is a case of misteaching, where we accidentally teach the player something we didn't intend. This can be hard to avoid without extensive playtesting, since the game is always teaching, even when it's not by design. We cover a more extreme example of this later in Train Station. Some cases of misteaching are critical to fix, like if the player learns the wrong way to use a weapon or interact with a common element of the game. But this one was more subtle. While teaching players to move objects, we also taught them to stack physics objects to escape a space. Normally that's fine, except we don't deploy that puzzle later in the game, and teaching something irrelevant just clutters up their mental toolkit and makes it harder to readily keep useful things in mind later on. Worse, stacking objects to escape the play space become a problem later on, something we had to actively prevent in multiple areas. With so many physics-based objects in the game, blocking this behavior without putting ceilings everywhere wasn't really an option. In the end, we hoped players wouldn't overthink this early lesson, and when playtests showed players getting stuck later on, we made sure not to remind them of
it. You pay people stacking all the objects so that they end up breaking out of bounds. That'd probably be why they ended up removing Levitate in Oblivion from Morrowind, because it just lets you go out of bounds. In Morrowind, there wasn't really an out of bounds to get into, because you had the overworld and you had the inside zones, and cities were in the main world. But in Oblivion, they portaled off the insides of cities, so they didn't want you floating over the walls to see the low rendered zone outside. I mean, I feel like if you're doing something like this, you must really be trying to, like, get yourself stuck, but, you know. Okay, what happens? Oh. There's just always one more crate. Where do they keep coming from? Yeah, oh, okay, it just teleports back inside. Yeah, that works. What if I break this? Can I break it? I don't think I can, because I don't have a crowbar. I'm being haunted by boxes, help! There are 5 boxes outside now. I wonder if it's spawning more boxes. No, it looks like it's just teleporting this box back inside. Because if I drop it slowly... yeah, it seems to, like, vanish. Yeah. If I get up on the ledge and then carry it... it's me. Oh, I can't. Ah! Oh well. Actually, it's only counting those boxes, isn't it? I guess I can carry one of these boxes from down here up there. Hold on. This is not going to be a serious playthrough. Can I actually get that there? Come on. No. And I can't stack those. They're too big.
Blocking tutorials.
No! Shush. I am trying to break your game. Marty's just wondering what the heck's going on in there. Okay. Can I get that over there? I can. What if I put this down here? Ah. Now that messes it up. Because I can't get that back up here now, I don't think. So you thought one way, but you didn't think the other way. Well, I guess I can toss it back up there. How did I get that other one up there? It was like perfectly angled to fit through the bars. Come on. Push it. I think if I crouch, it will be easier to push it. No? Be fine. Okay. Another problem with the Source engine early on was that, well, you can kind of see it there. Standing on physics objects was really slidey. You can see it, there's like a bit of slide on this. If you want to see an example of, like, these bugs in the Source engine amplified, play Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. That was made on a really early version of the Source physics engine, and, oh man, standing on an object in that game just pretty much freezes you in spot. It is very buggy. Oh, I jumped out. Yeah, well, whatever.
Fall damage. Teaching players how to do things is an essential thing for the game to do. But for them to make confident decisions, they also need to understand the more subtle rules. This small moment covers 2 of those. First, it shows how far the player can fall without taking damage. Second, it introduces a bit of the game's vocabulary, how the game will communicate with them. Players often worry about taking fall damage, but they also worry about taking a step that they can't take back. So here, a welcoming crate to land on signals that dropping down is safe and it's the way forward. And when the crate breaks, it reinforces the physics simulation, and is likely the first time players will see that larger objects can be broken apart.
Yeah, we did see that because I stacked all the boxes out of here, but usually you fall out the window, you land on this crate, it breaks, and you take some damage. But I'm trying to break things, so you don't get to see that. Little room back there. Get out the door! Get out there. You can't rotate objects when you're holding them.
Of course, your question.
This one? Put that in there.
Pick up that can. Contextualizing tutorials, creating a story scenario in which they happen, lets us do more than just stop the game to teach players something. We get to add narrative value to the moment. Here, teaching the player how to throw objects is combined with a narrative setup that gives them a choice in how to respond. After watching the Metro cops casually abuse citizens, it felt right to put the player in a similar position next. If they had opinions on how the citizens should have reacted, now they get to express them. Playtesting showed most players either complied or refused the request to pick up the can, but some tried to avoid the confrontation entirely. Others would comply initially, then retaliate after feeling humiliated. By keeping the moment relatively constrained, in both terms of player actions and the space itself, we could generally react appropriately to whatever choice they made.
It just keeps saying it over and over again. What about these cans? No? I think you can toss stuff at him. Yeah, he gets irritated and he hits you. Whoa! Whoa! No! Bye! I'm taking your can! No! It's my can!
Instinct is inextricably bound to unreasoning impulses, and today we clearly see its true nature. Instinct has just become aware of its irrelevance.
Help!
And like a
He's trying to steal my can! No! He will hit me, but he won't kill me.
Instinct creates its own oppressors and bids us rise up against them. Instinct tells us that the unknown is a threat rather than an opportunity. Instinct slyly and covertly compels us away from change and progress. Instinct, therefore, must be expanded. It must be fought tooth and nail, beginning with the basis of human urges, the urge to reproduce. We should thank our ancestors for giving us respite, this overpowering force.
Ow! Okay, fine, whatever.
Playtesting. Playtesting is a core part of how we make games. We can never fully predict how players will respond or what they'll take away from what we've built. So we test to learn and hopefully improve. During a playtest, we don't guide or talk to the player, even if they're stuck, as it's extremely unlikely that we'll be sitting there next to the player once the game ships. Our goal is for testers to forget that they're playtesting altogether and play as if they're at home. Any interruptions risk skewing the data, so we only step in if there's a bug that's blocking progress, or more rarely, if their behavior is so confusing that we need to understand what they're thinking.
Right. Yeah. The Metro cop lines. I've always found it very difficult to understand what they're saying, but they are actually saying things, and I mean, aside from, pick up that can, that's easy enough to hear. When you either do what he tells you to, or annoy him to the point that he hits you, he says lines like he's reporting in saying, yeah, look. That he's like, reporting an incident of like beating citizen or something like that. They have a whole lingo, which is really neat.
Sincerely, a concerned citizen. Thank you for writing. Concern. Of course, your question...
Early in a Half-Life game, one of our goals is to make promises to the player,
I'm invincible.
giving them a sense of what to expect later on. From movies to TV shows and books, all great entertainment does this in some way, and video games are no different. The promises in a Half-Life game can take different forms. Some are simple, like offering just a glimpse of something intriguing. Others are more layered, like the interactions with Metro Cops. By putting the player in a powerless position against them, we set the stage for that future moment when they can finally get to retaliate.
Yeah, the Metro Cops. That's one of the bugs. Things which you can see with the Source engine. They just explode when you pick up the crate. But like... Now!
The Citadel. We wanted the player's first view of City 17 to highlight the Citadel.
How that's supposed to be visible?
Over the city, representing the Combine's complete and total power over humanity. It also needed to serve as a clear goal. Even at the start, you can see where your journey ends. But despite its massive size, playtesters often missed it. A player's sense of depth and scale can be tricky on a computer monitor. If you've played any games in VR, you'll likely have noticed that scale feels more natural. Anyway, in this case, the Citadel's position above the player didn't help things either, which may be because FPS games train players to focus straight ahead or down at their feet. To improve the chances of players taking in the Citadel, we added birds flying towards the structure. A subtle trick we've found helps guide the player's view.
And also, I guess, Dr. Breen's monitor over there, because you look at that because it's moving, and then your eyes move to that. But yeah, if you're playing a first-person shooter, you might not be looking at the background, because it's just clouds and all that, so you'd be looking at stuff in the foreground here. And if I'm looking down here, you can't see it.
And bids us rise up against them. Instinct tells us that the unknown is a threat.
It's a pretty neat image, though. It's interesting seeing the earlier designs of the Citadel. It's got a lot more like a more rounded shape to it. Go away.
It must be fought tooth and nail, beginning with the basest of human urges, the urge to reproduce.
Ropes. One of the things we noticed in all of the reference images that we gathered for City 17 was that there were cables and wires everywhere, and that they were a large part of the high-frequency detail in view. We love the look of these older European cities enmeshed in the haphazard web of modern life. We felt like we needed a solution for cables, ropes, and similar elements, and we wanted them to be dynamic. Our level designers were eager to create plug puzzles, and connecting a cord to each plug helped players better understand the mechanics. Early in production, we built a rope system and iterated on it throughout development. Under the hood, each rope is made of multiple segments stretched between the two endpoints, and they can move independently. Each segment acts like a spring and responds to forces in the game, such as a gentle wind or the passing of a Combine gunship overhead. When rendered, each segment is shown facing the camera and is bump mapped, which is crucial for giving the ropes a realistic, rounded appearance.
Yeah, I think there's some cases where you can see the ropes, they don't look like that. I think actually a similar method was used in Half-Life 1. If you remember in Opposing Force, in the tutorial you have a rope puzzle. Well, you have a rope segment where you have to climb up a rope and jump off, which really isn't used during the game that much. And I think the ropes use a similar system in that one. They're just like made up of sections which just join together.
Playtesting Anecdote 1. One memorable playtest reminded us that we can never be certain what players are thinking or what lessons they've taken from their experience. This tester, after playing from the start and stuck trying to open a door, spent several minutes going back and forth between the game and the keyboard settings. When we asked what they were looking for, they said they were searching for the inventory controls, thinking they could use an item they'd picked up earlier to unlock the door. While we'd seen them collect and drop several physics objects, they'd misunderstood what was happening. The tester believed that pressing the use key while holding an object moved it into an inventory because the item dropped straight down. We knew it was just gravity, but their assumption wasn't crazy. Some adventure games of that era did slide items into an invisible inventory that way. We explained there was no inventory, and the playtest continued. Later, we considered whether we needed to address this, but since no other playtesters had the same confusion, and all of our potential solutions were more heavy-handed than necessary, we decided it was an outlier that was okay to remain unaddressed. It served as a good reminder, though, of how even the most subtle, overlooked details can mislead a player.
Yeah, I understand what they're talking there. I think I've seen that in some adventure games. I find an object.
Instinct. Instinct was our mother when we were an infant species.
I can't run at the moment. Yeah, so if you like pick up this can and then you drop it, I guess you could assume if you were used to that image that it had gone into an inventory, because some games would sort of have it slide down and towards you. I forget which game so. I'm sure I feel like I have played an adventure game where that happened, but
it will not go down without a bloody fight. Instinct.
Exploration. After being herded through the train station by Metrocops, we wanted to give the player a chance to explore. This plaza offered several ways to interact with citizens, Metrocops, scanners, and the city infrastructure. We aimed for these interactions to continue building the world without needing explicit tutorials, and we refined them until they work naturally, without any real training.
Change and progress. Instinct, therefore, must be expunged. It must be fought tooth and nail, beginning with...
You can go over to these areas and try to get through. You see a force field. Nope. You can't go through it. Hello?
If I talk to you out here, we'll both
exercised our demons in a single stroke.
You try to get into the doors, but they have these locks on them.
Never could have summoned to overcome this compulsion. They have given us purpose. They have turned our eyes toward the stars. Let me assure you that
This is kind of what I meant earlier, where the textures in Half-Life 2 to me always look kind of flat. They don't have any bump mapping on them. The RTX update coming seems like it will really remedy that. But yeah, I think even at the... I don't remember if there's actually bump mapping in this game. Maybe a little bit. There's like metallic sheen on objects, but... Don't get me wrong, this looked great on release. But again, with like technology moving forward so quickly. When did Crysis come out? 2-3 years later? You can see some people in there. I forget what that's for. Oh, we didn't see it. A Strider walk past.
Strider. This simple moment is a promise that you'll encounter this enormous thing later in the game. Even an uncomplicated scene such as this really does require a lot of playtesting and iteration because of Half-Life's goal of not taking control away from the player. As you can imagine, it takes a lot of small tweaks to ensure that as many players as possible are looking at the right place at the right time here. The street layout and the Metrocops scene are all set to guide the player's gaze, perfectly framing the Strider when it appears.
Unless they end up looking at posters on the wall opposite, because they're just trying to look at everything aside from what they're supposed to. Hey.
Early game exploration. Up until this plaza, the player likely hasn't had to think much about their path, as it's been clear and straightforward. But here, we wanted to encourage exploration, which meant making the way forward less obvious, which can produce a feeling of being lost or, worse, confused, as you might expect. These kinds of shifts can be tough, especially early in the game, when the player is still learning the game's guidance cues. Here, it's further complicated by force-fielded checkpoints, which allow NPC citizens to move through, but restrict the player, leading many playtesters to believe that there was a way to bypass them. Ultimately, it was extensive testing that helped us find the right visibility for the alley forward, using lighting, layout, and a wooden crate, an object players have already used as a sign they're headed in the right direction, all to subtly guide them forward.
Yeah, Half-Life 2 is a very linear game, like Half-Life 1. You're not going anywhere which they did anticipate you to. Oh wait. Hit you with a pallet. Eh. Uh-oh. Huh? You can't get me. I'm over here. Oh, I didn't break it. Ah! Guess you wait until I get a crowbar.
Closed captions. During Half-Life 2 development, we were approached by folks interested in accessibility who encouraged us to go beyond the subtitle system we had built for Half-Life 1. They requested a full-featured closed captioning system to capture all game sounds, not just dialogue. This turned out to be a much tougher challenge than expected. Half-Life 2 produced a wide variety of sounds, and categorizing them for captions was crucial. Prioritization was also key. Dialogue needed to stand out, and it had to be clear who was speaking. Ambient sounds, like distant combat, were important for setting the mood in some levels, but less so if there was an enemy shooting nearby. Our level designers also often reuse sounds in different contexts, so sound might require captioning in one area, but not in another. Ultimately, every sound in the game ended up with its own caption data, formatted almost like a small version of HTML, giving us control over the visual style of each caption. As with the audio files, the caption data was too large to keep in memory, so we built an asynchronous caching system to handle it efficiently.
Right. I don't know what that is. I'm not a programmer. I do have closed captions on. There you go. Doesn't actually tell you what they're saying specifically, it's just chatter.
This is how it always starts. First the building, then the whole block. They have no reason to come to our place. Don't worry, they'll find one.
Can I hit you with something?
Watch it, will you?
Physics simulation. Even though we began Half-Life 2 with a functional third-party physics simulation, it still took us years of additional work both on the simulation itself and its integration into the game until we felt like we could meet our designers' ambitions. Maintaining a shippable level of quality and performance was something we knew would be a challenge along the way, but the more subtle issue was actually figuring out what to simulate and to what extent. We can't simulate everything, and even if we could, there are game design reasons why the experience is better when we don't. In many cases, we deliberately bend the simulation to improve the player's experience. These adjustments usually go unnoticed because they align with player intentions. For example, we disable collisions between the player and large objects to let them turn in narrow spaces. Or we tweak the Combine rifle's alternate fire to gently guide the Combine ball toward enemies, making it more effective.
Oh. It always bugged me that these are spinning off center. Maybe they're supposed to be, but anyway.
Crate Baby. This small baby doll has a long legacy. During the long months of internal testing, some of the team turned it into a challenge, a way to make the 47th playthrough of a game a bit more fun. They'd place the doll inside of a nearby blue crate and see how far they could carry it throughout the game. After Half-Life 2 launched, the community started carrying Crate Baby as well, adding their own stories and rules to the mix. A few years later, while working on Episode 2, this was the inspiration for the Little Rocket Man achievement, where players had to carry a garden gnome dubbed Gnome Chomsky throughout the entire episode. Chomsky even made a comeback for Left 4 Dead 2 in the Garden Gnome achievement, where players had to carry him through the Dark Carnival campaign. These kind of interactions with players are some of the most rewarding parts of game development. We design games with theories in mind, but you never really know where things are going until players get their hands on it.
I like when when games have mechanics in them which wasn't really planned, but people end up like making them into something themselves. I think you can restrict players' interactions too much And it removes that degree of fun from the game, where you just get to mess around and explore things on your own. Morrowind's got a good amount of, like, letting the player sort of break the mechanics for their own amusement, but then you get, like, Skyrim, and I think it restricts the player too much in that regard. Because there's a very specific, like, this is how you're supposed to do things. Unlike Morrowind's, well, I can just make a potion, which increases my hit points up to 10,000. I think my points gone on a bit.
Playground. When we discussed ways to highlight our physics simulation around the city environment, a playground felt like the natural fit. And for players paying attention to Dr. Breen, it's also a reminder of the cost of humanity's surrender to the Combine. We chose a few playground structures with interesting physics potential and began tuning them. Even with the advanced physics simulation we had at the time, setups like this always required hand tuning, as we had fully simulated objects interacting with non- or partially simulated ones, such as the player or static world geometry. It might be easy to assume that a simulation can carry a lot of the load of implementation, but even now, 20 years later, that is rarely the case. Back when we were working on the playground, late in development on the game, we couldn't get the friction on the slide to feel right, so we decided to break the ladder so the player couldn't get up there. However, you still can just walk right up the front. As is commonly the case, you, the player, get the last laugh on us.
Yeah, what they're talking about is there is a what is it called exactly? It's like a sexual suppression field over the city or over the world, which inhibits people's sexual drive. So there are no kids. Because it's been how long since the Combine over Earth? Like 20 years or something like that. Hey, it all lines up. So I can't spin it while I'm in the center. There we go. Oh. Can I not get up there? Oh. I can probably get up there on that side. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, you can just go up that way.
Physics Simulation 2. Areas where game design or other constraints impacted the physical simulation often required extra tuning to keep the simulation from blowing up. As an example, early on we experimented with increasing the simulation on the player entity, which is to say, make player movement much more a part of the physical simulation of the world. We knew this might make movement feel less precise, but hoped it could lead to some novel experiences. However, after tuning the movement to match the less simulated version, we hit a major problem. The physical force needed for the player to move at their usual speed was so high that simply running into other simulated objects could result in death from the impact. We iterated on it, but ultimately couldn't find a solution we liked and reverted to the less simulated movement. However, this wasn't exactly the easier path. It introduced new challenges with how the less simulated player interacted with the more simulated objects in the game. But it did allow us to deliver the precise movement experience we wanted.
Hello, welcome, X. Well, I think you've heard of this game. Yeah, I don't know. Seems alright so far. Yay, bricks. Yay, catapults. Get out of here. You. I'll put you in a crate. Hello, is this a lecture stream? We're going to be listening to the development commentary because I played through this game before, so I'm interested in listening to it. Come along for the ride. And I'm going to be messing around with things a lot. I played this game before, on release, near to release, and sometime afterwards, but I haven't played it in like over a decade. I've seen several playthroughs of it since then though. But yeah, here you can see the ropes which I was talking about earlier. Ropes don't have like collision with each other, so you can't wrap the swings up with each other. They really like coming back over here, don't they? Hey! No, leave me alone. Boot! You can't follow me through a loading zone. The behind the flat alleys of my childhood. There's a very, I think it's an Eastern Europe architectural style from like around Prague and all that. Doesn't look like that here in Australia. Oh yeah, and how the glass looks, that was neat.
Materials and shaders. Half-Life 2 came out in the midst of a significant shift in 3D graphics, where the industry moved from textures to materials and shaders. In Half-Life 1, every surface had a texture, essentially an image wrapped onto the polygons of the surface. But by Half-Life 2, just 5 years later, every surface had both a material and a shader. The shader was a lump of code that customized how the surface was rendered. The material defined properties for how the surface behaved physically and how it responded to gameplay features. It also held references to textures and other parameters for the shader to use for rendering. As a result, artists and designers had much more control over how things looked and behaved. However, this came with a trade-off. Half-Life 1 could run on a computer with only a CPU, but Half-Life 2 required a GPU because the computations needed for materials and shaders were specifically designed for GPU hardware. The refracting glass door here is a clear example of a custom shader, but every surface in the scene is actually running a shader of some kind.
Yeah, and so I guess it just determines like how harsh the light is on it and so on. I think that was another big problem with like getting Half-Life 2. Though 2004, people were more getting graphics cards by that time. But what's with the rules? Growls and all that. More koalas over here. Yeah, the koala gangs. You have to watch out for them.
Cube maps. With the addition of materials and shaders, we needed a solution for reflective surfaces like glass and steel. These surfaces had to know what to reflect, but in 2003 we couldn't do any of that rendering in real time, so we developed the cube map system for pre-computed reflections. A cube map is a set of 6 images on the inside of a cube, capturing the environment in every direction, like a panoramic photo that surrounds you on all sides. Level designers placed invisible marker entities throughout the levels, and during map compilation we generate a cube map at each marker. Then, during gameplay, when rendering a reflective surface, we locate the nearest pre-computed cube map to create the reflection.
Okay. You can see some reflection on the floor there. That's one of the new things which they added in the update. The floor didn't have that shine to it in release. So this is looking a lot better, quite a bit better than it did on release. Could probably put it down to what it was, but I mean, you know. Oh, hang on. Pardon? Did that actually change? I can't tell. It's okay. think you played Half-Life 2 on a Hercules 3D Prophet 9700 Pro or 9800 Pro. You think you played it with a Radeon 9700 non-Pro that you had soft modded to be a Pro version. Right, I don't remember what I had. Let's see. The first graphics card I had was a Matrox 450. I think I had like a Radeon something or other. I don't remember exactly what it was. 9850? That might have been a bit later. That was probably quite a bit later, because I think that might have been the last one I got before I upgraded my motherboard, because my old one was still AGP and I had to get a PCI one. What?
That's enough of that.
What's with some rules? I guess if you got Zen things living in the walls?
Field of view.
Oh, they
In
changed it.
Half-Life 1, we used a 90-degree field of view, or FOV, which was fairly standard for first-person shooters at the time. But during Half-Life 2's development, we grew unhappy with it. With our game's focus on characters, we'd put extensive effort into detailed facial and body animations. But the 90-degree FOV just didn't allow players to get close enough to fully appreciate that detail. So we began experimenting with a tighter FOV, and ultimately landed on 75 degrees. It took some adjustment for both us and players, and it required an additional FOV for view models, which are the player's weapon, held at the bottom of the screen. Their models were originally built with 90 degrees in mind, so they looked distorted at 75. But this change succeeded in doing what we wanted, putting our characters front and center in the game.
And then I changed the FOV to 85 because I feel 75 is too close. So I go and ruin all that like the pleb I am. Hey, they actually put it back to 75. Oi, I put it all the way up to 110. I appreciate that even though they designed the game at 75, they let you put it all the way up to like 110 just because. I had it on 85 because 75 is just a bit too close to me. So.
Was that you knocking? I didn't even know we still had a door.
Don't stare at me like that. Yeah, the facial expressions in this game were really good. Though I think the textures for the citizens was always kind of a bit eh. I mean, they do the job, but, like, you know, the way that they blink and they move their mouth and all that, they look pretty natural. They're certainly natural compared to some other games. Well, most every other game. Don't move. Yeah, I'm aware that there's Stalker 2 coming out soon, which I'm interested in playing. I'll probably give it a while though. I want to see what people's reviews are on it before I actually play it. Why do you have this in here?
Reference maps. As our characters grew more lifelike between Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2, we wanted the game world to feel equally realistic. In Half-Life 1, the limitations of first-person games often made it easier to lean on stylized or abstracted environments. But with Half-Life 2, we set out to create a setting that felt grounded in reality, which meant focusing on a lot of small details we hadn't before. One of our main steps was creating reference maps to standardize how we'd map real-world proportions into the game. These maps establish details like wall and door dimensions, doorknob heights, interior lighting, furniture scale, and the general scale of common objects. We created standardized textures for level designers, complete with scale and lighting values. The layouts would be consistent from the start. Besides setting up the physical world, these reference maps defined how the player would move through it, how high they could jump, how low they could duck, and the size of spaces like vents. Using these maps as foundation, we were able to keep our world geometry consistent and ensure realistically sized spaces across the game.
Yeah, you can see this room which they made in the 2-hour documentary they released on YouTube. It is the orange room with all the like numbers on the walls. You bought Stalker 2 on day Russia attacked Ukraine, so you support. Nice. Get out of here. There's a free TV out there now.
I told you they'd be coming for us next.
Just this once, I hope you're wrong.
Someone's tossing TVs out the window. Eh. Well, whatever.
This doesn't look good.
They're definitely coming in here.
I do like how normal the citizens are. They're really just people. There's nothing interesting about them.
I can't take it anymore.
Oh dear. Oh, okay, that's been set up. No, I haven't installed CSGO.
Missing material. Early on in developing our low-level graphics code, we realized it would be difficult to spot polygons that weren't rendering due to a missing texture. When this happened, you typically just see black where the polygon should be, which could easily go unnoticed in darker scenes. To catch this bug more reliably, we created an error texture that would be visually unmistakable and generated automatically whenever a texture failed to load. This gave rise to the now iconic purple and black checkerboard texture, which has since taken on a life of its own well beyond Half-Life 2.
I see products which people can buy which are just like with this texture on it, like plushies and other things. It's rather funny. I'd use it.
Watch it, will you?
Get out of here. What do you mean I can't throw that out? There we go. Morrowind has a huge exclamation mark. Yes, that's right. Yeah, it's got like a big yellow... that's actually, I think, for missing models, not missing textures. It will display a large black exclamation mark with a semi-transparent yellow diamond around it. Alpha Centauri has a purple texture, but not the checkerboard. Has Alpha Centauri got a thing in it for that? The Civ-like game. That's interesting. Hello, welcome. I would have thought it would need to have a missing texture. I guess if you don't have like a portrait for something, then it uses that. Yeah, it's an interesting thing to see in games because each game's got its own thing. I don't know what it would be in Stalker 1. I don't remember seeing any missing textures in that, despite everything. Usually you just put like a really bright texture because it stands out. You can mod, say, factions and buildings and icons. Right. Hello. Bathtub.
The raid. The section ahead, where the Metro cops raid the apartment while the player is inside, took a lot of iteration to get right. Generally, we design Half-Life to let players set their own pace, since people move through the game in a variety of ways. Some players run, ignoring anything that doesn't seem like a threat, while others methodically poke at everything. So, whenever we need to force a specific pace, it's always a challenge to ensure players perceive that pace and naturally play along. Since this is the first time we do this, we had to put in a lot of work to make it clear to the player that they needed to move quickly, and there's no time for exploration here.
Right. Good thing I haven't triggered it because I haven't moved beyond this point. Yeah. See, you can't go down there. He's blocking the path. Can I actually jump over him? Probably not. Whoop. Nope. Invisible wall. Ow! Jerkbag. I think they stop you from going up. Oh, this stuff.
The Raid 2. In addition to making sure the player felt the pressure to move forward, we had to ensure the raid itself was foolproof. There couldn't be any way for the player to avoid it or double back past the Metro cops. The real challenge wasn't that players would try to break the scene, but that many would panic and run in random directions once they realized they were under threat for the first time. This moment requires a delicate balance. We wanted a heart-pounding escape, the sense of real danger, but we wanted players to make it through on their first try and feel like they escaped by the skin of their teeth. To achieve this, we kept the path ahead clear and reminiscent to the one they had just taken through the previous floor. A series of carefully placed triggers controls the threats appearing ahead and behind, maintaining the pressure while still giving players enough time to stay ahead of their pursuers.
Yeah. It's supposed to be coming up behind me. Maybe not yet. Hello.
Head for the roof. There's no time to lose.
TV. Uh-oh. Yeah, here they come up there to stop you from going that way.
Get in here, quick. Keep moving. Head for the roof.
Oh. Don't know if they'll break through that door eventually if you just stand there. This will look great with the updated version.
Health and no HUD. The rooftop chase sequence posed a unique design challenge.
Nope.
We didn't want it to be a true gameplay obstacle, and our best case was for players to make it through on their first try. But we still wanted to create the sense of real danger, where players felt legitimately threatened if they didn't keep moving. The challenge was that without the HEV suit, players don't technically have a heads-up display or HUD, which means no way to show damage or remaining health. After some experimenting, we created a special health system for this section, using a red glow around the screen to indicate damage. Players reacted as we hoped, taking it as a sign to keep moving, and the chase unfolded as intended. To top it off, we made health regenerate quickly so the glow wouldn't linger, reinforcing to players that running was indeed the right choice, and ensuring players weren't taken down by a stray bullet at the end just because they dawdled or hesitated earlier on.
Yeah. Ow. So you can get hit, and you can die, but you get healed quickly, so it's not that big of a problem. I don't remember if there's anything else hiding around here. Might be G-Man around here somewhere. Oh, they're shooting at me. There's pigeons. Look at them potholes. Yeah, I got wing. Oh. I'm going to need to stock up on blood after this. Yeah.
Playtesting Anecdote 2. In the upcoming section, we needed the player to be knocked down so Alex could save them. With limited time and resources, we simplified the encounter as much as possible, reusing existing systems and letting it play out like a normal combat sequence, with a custom event triggered when the player died. After a few playtests to fine-tune the timing, we moved on. But as we got close to shipping, we encountered a problem with a playtester who quick-saved constantly and immediately hit quick load whenever they thought they'd failed. When a Metro Cop hit them, they quick loaded before Alex could step in, repeating this more than 10 times before we asked them to stop. At this stage of development, in the final bug-fixing phase, we had to limit ourselves to fixing only game-breaking issues, since even small changes could risk breaking something more important. Knowing this was a rare edge case, because most players had no trouble, we made a few conservative changes. We shortened the delay between the knockdown and Alex's first line, and changed the fade-out color to white instead of black, which wasn't ultimately that useful since players hadn't died enough yet to associate black with death. We considered disabling quick load for the few seconds that the scene plays out, but we were worried that could introduce a bug where quick load became disabled permanently.
Yeah. Oh, right. The stairs break. Nope. Ow. Ow.
Over here! Ha! No, you don't!
I wonder what she's like. Performing kung fu and kicking
Dr.
them around
Freeman,
the place
I
or something? Because there wasn't any gunshots.
I better hurry. The Combine can be slow to wake, but once they're up, you don't want to get in their way.
I guess she just went like
Dr. Kleiner said you'd be coming this way. I don't think it occurred
Street
to him
Fighter
that you
on
might
them
not have a map.
and beat them up.
Alex. Nailing Alex's design was a big challenge. We wanted the player to both respect and care for her. Saving Eli was a key player goal midway through the game, and we knew that getting players to care about that goal would be easier if they also cared about Alex and her relationship with her father. We intentionally designed, wrote dialogue, and cast a voice actor for Alex to be savvy, capable, and relatable within the Combine-controlled world, while also making her attractive and charismatic. We aimed to avoid the objectification, exaggeration, and hypersexuality that many games of the 2000s featured, as we felt that would undermine our goals for her character.
I'm glad for that. Bit of a sad state to think at the time when that was what set it apart from a lot of other games. Alex Triple E Cup mods on the workshop. Yeah,
I worked
well.
with you back in Black Mesa. I'm sure you don't remember me though.
You can see a photo of her in the
aren't you?
what's it called? I think in the locker in Half-Life 1.
Remember him from
NPCs on elevators. We often spend a significant amount of time solving problems that players might not even notice. Many of these are subtle design challenges, while others stem from multiple systems interacting with each other.
There she goes.
For example, getting non-player characters to ride in elevators posed a complex problem because it involved various systems, NPC AI decision-making, navigation planning, and movement simulation, to name a few. Additionally, the elevator itself had its own simulation requirements unrelated to NPCs. One of the more subtle challenges came from the fact that we simulate NPCs at a slower rate than we simulate elevators. This meant that NPCs on a descending elevator would simulate to make sure they were properly standing on the elevator, and then the elevator would simulate a few times, each time moving further down the elevator shaft, subtly leaving the NPC behind. Shortly after that, the NPC would simulate a second time and pop itself down on the elevator floor once again. You can imagine that it was hard to take Alex seriously when she was constantly falling down in small increments while talking to you.
I've certainly seen that in some games. You'll be standing on a moving object, and the NPC standing on it will be like boom, thump, 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 while it's moving down. If they don't like jump ahead and fall through the floor because they're on a moving object. So. Barrel. Oh, she was talking about Dr. Breen here, because he was the administrator at Black Mesa.
Interactive storytelling. When we started on Half-Life 2, storytelling in games was generally either high fidelity and linear, or low fidelity and interactive. We knew players had seen high-quality storytelling in games, but they'd never been placed right in the middle of it, able to watch it unfold around them, interact with it, and examine any part closely. While that goal excited us, we didn't yet know how it would work or what kind of technology we'd need to make it happen. We had built a variety of storytelling technology in Half-Life 1, but it was mostly presented in front of the player and lacked the interactivity and fidelity we were aiming for. So Kleiner's Lab became the section of the game we used as a testbed to figure out how our interactive storytelling would actually function.
It's funny how we end up directly where we need to be, but, you know, purposes of plot and all that. Just whatever.
Come on, Gordon.
Ow.
Funny, you showing up on this day in particular. We've been helping people escape the city on foot. It's a dangerous route to my father's lab, through the old canals.
Kleiner's Lab. Kleiner's Lab was the first piece of storytelling we worked on, and the one that took the longest to figure out. In addition to its role in launching the player into the game, it eventually became the unifying vision for the development team in terms of storytelling. As we began building our characters and narrative delivery around the player, many questions arose, all of which felt like major risks for the game. Would players be able to extract the important information from the scene? Could we get them to care about these characters? How would we support players with varying levels of investment in the story? How costly would it be to produce a scene like this? And how many more would we need? These and many more were questions we couldn't answer until we'd built enough of the scene and tested it with a lot of playtesters. Frustratingly, unlike many other problems we face, these weren't questions we could confidently answer until we had done significant work. We can often test gameplay ideas with low-fidelity prototypes, but if a player isn't invested in our storytelling when the characters are just gray blocks, how confident can we be that they'll care once the characters are fully realized?
I guess you could have, like, 2D sprites of them. Have them bobbing around the place.
Choreography. The system we built and iterated on to deliver Half-Life 2's storytelling was internally called Choreo, short for choreography. Early on, we found it useful to imagine we were writing a play where one of the actors didn't know the script. We needed a system that could control all the other actors, moving them around the stage, delivering their performances and speaking their lines. To handle this, the other actors would need to seamlessly mix our directorial commands with dynamic responses to the player's position and behavior. Timing was clearly going to be a major challenge, as any part of the scene might need to lengthen, contract, or even pause, depending on what the player was doing.
Yeah, like them waiting on me
Here, let me buy you a drink.
to actually catch up. You didn't realize how big this area back here actually is, considering it serves just the purpose of putting you in there.
FacePoser. The primary tool we built to power the Choreo system was called FacePoser, an inaccurately named program that allowed our animators to lay out the entire structure of our scenes along a timeline. The timeline contained a series of choreo commands for the actors, along with all the necessary information for them to perform those commands. By layering these commands on the timeline, animators could easily describe how an actor might need to face one thing while talking towards another and walk to a different location, all at the same time. But the timeline wasn't a fixed linear sequence. Actors would follow their commands, but they had to respond dynamically to the world around them. An actor might take longer to move to a location if the player is in the way, or they might need to wait to deliver a line because another actor has been delayed by the player. FacePoser allowed us to rapidly iterate on scenes, trying different layouts, dialogue deliveries, and timings. This ability to quickly experiment and adjust proved critical in finding the right performances to achieve our character and narrative goals.
Okay, and I'm seeing that there is actually bump mapping on the walls. It's rather subtle. I don't think there is a barrel there. Oh, there is.
Come on.
That's not much.
Dr. Kleiner's waiting.
You will wear your barrel. Or not. Whatever.
This way, Gordon.
Yeah, I know.
Choreo commands. This debug visualization shows the two most common choreo commands actors receive throughout a scene, internally known as look-ats and move-tos. Actors are given targets to look at, sometimes more than one at a time, and then try to focus on the one that makes the most sense given their current state. At the same time, they might be receiving move-to commands, which tell them to move to a location and face a specific direction or object. Even these seemingly simple commands involved a lot of complexity. A scene might require an actor to talk while typing on a keyboard, all while looking at an object the player is holding. Since we couldn't predict where the player would be during playback, authoring scenes like this required us to break each element of the scene into separate pieces and layers. These could then be reassembled as needed during playback, based on the player's actions and interrupted if necessary.
Yeah.
We can't keep him here long, Doc. It'll jeopardize everything we've worked for.
Don't worry, he's coming with me.
That's right, Barney. This is a red letter day. We'll inaugurate the new teleport with a double transmission.
You mean it's working? For real this time? Because I still have nightmares about that cat.
No, there's nothing to be nervous
What
about.
cat?
We've made major strides since then. Major strides.
What cat?
Doc, since he's not taking the streets, you might as well get him out of his civvies.
What? Oh dear, you're right. I almost forgot. Barney, I'll give you the honor.
I've got to get back on my shift, but okay.
We are Biff the understudy.
Delivery. It took a lot of iteration and playtesting to strike the
Oh,
right
well, they're
balance
still
of
going.
information and
Hold on. I was waiting until they finished talking.
I thought you got rid of that pest.
Certainly not. Never fear, Gordon. She's debeaked and completely harmless. The worst she might do is attempt to couple with your head, fruitlessly.
Get that thing away from me.
Here, my pet. Up. No, not up there. No. Careful, Lamar. Those are quite fragile. Oh, fie. It'll be another week before I can coax her out of there.
Yeah, longer if we're lucky.
Barney, you're not an animal person.
Delivery. It took a lot of iteration and playtesting to strike the right balance of information and emotional connection in our major choreo scenes. Each scene had a lot of information we needed to convey to the player, but we couldn't just have characters spouting exposition. Players would start thinking of them more as signposts than as people. We needed to take the time to let the characters interact with each other, allowing the player to observe the relationships. At the same time, we had to expand upon the world, giving the player a sense of everything that had happened while they were gone. All this had to be done carefully, without taking too long. We wanted the game to work for players who were less invested in the narrative. Animation became a powerful tool in communicating the emotional connections between characters, often conveying the depth of a moment quickly without overstating it. Humor was another commonly used tool, helping to puncture a setup and disarm the player when things got a bit too heavy.
Yeah, is that the G-Man walking past at the moment on the middle screen over there? You can just see him. It looks like it's on a loop.
Time to suit up,
I
Gordon.
will walk past there. No, that's just a citizen. I think he does show up on one of these screens, but might be on like an intermission screen, or one in between two of the others.
If Dr. Kleiner said...
Lab interactivity. In our choreo scenes, we have the player trapped for a bit, allowing us to focus on the characters and narrative. To accommodate different players, some deeply invested in the story, others unable to stand still for more than a second, we felt like we needed a constant stream of interesting details on screen. We scattered narrative elements throughout the environment, ensuring some were interactive, essentially toys for the player to tinker with. In some cases, we embedded further storytelling into these, like the Cactus Mini Teleporter hinting at the upcoming teleporter failure. It was a delicate balance. Too much visual interest could distract players from the core of the scene. Ultimately, Kleiner's lab played it safe with interactivity, as it was the first major choreo scene. Later, in Eli's lab, we explored it more deeply, ensuring the characters themselves paid attention to what the players were tinkering with.
It's interesting looking at
Well, Gordon, go ahead. Slip into your suit now.
the video showing the development of Half-Life 2 that this room didn't really change too much over the development, it looked like.
Gordon, the longer you delay, the greater the danger to us all.
But teleporting cactuses.
Lab interactivity.
No. I'm trying to teleport cactus.
Move on.
There we go. Whoop. Both of them. What about the oscillator?
Come on, Gordon. We don't have time to fool around. Get your suit on.
Well.
Dear me.
Writing. In the Half-Life 1 era, player goals in FPS games were still largely about fighting and defeating an obviously evil enemy. It was hard to get players to care about characters when they were as low fidelity as they were in Half-Life 1. With the planned improvements in character fidelity for Half-Life 2, we wanted to take a shot at making characters the driving force of the narrative. Our goal was for the player's motivations to align with those of our characters, for the player to care about these people, their hopes and fears, and to want them to succeed. With this in mind, we were able to assemble our approach to character and dialogue. We would create a set of characters who liked and cared about each other, hoping that the player would feel the same. These characters would interact in a way that felt inclusive, like a group of old friends who see the player as one of them, just someone who's been away for a while. If the characters demonstrated realistic emotional connections with each other, we believed we could build an emotional connection with the player as well.
Get your suit on, Gordon.
Yeah. Anything else? I want to listen to all these before we do that.
Figuring out what characters should react to and how was an ongoing challenge. At the core, we always want the game to respond to player input. However, any response from the game can be seen as a reward by the player. So, what characters react to and what they ignore teaches the player about the kind of input the game expects. As a result, we made sure to respond to things we wanted more of, like players tinkering with devices in the lab, and ignored behaviors we wanted less of, like players repeatedly slapping Clanner in the face with a box over and over again. Seriously, we watched a playtester do it for 5 minutes straight.
Come on, Gordon. We don't have time to fool around. Get your suit on.
But if they like move their head around slightly, it's funny. It's actually knocking the box out of my hands when I do that. I feel like the game didn't originally do that. I'm pretty sure that wasn't what it used to do. Like, it just fall through them eventually. Oh, my dick.
Constructing believable human motion for our characters out of many discrete layers of animation required a lot of technological iteration. Even simple actions like turning to look at something or walking to a location became more complex when combined with the need to dynamically respond to the player and the requirements of choreo commands. For example, turning to look at something had to be fully decomposed, allowing a character to use any combination of its eyes, head, shoulders, upper torso, or full body to face a target. In Half-Life 1, human characters had their bodies separated into upper and lower halves, allowing them to walk in one direction while facing another. However, this approach was too abstract for Half-Life 2's characters. Instead, our animators created walking animations in all 8 directions of the compass, which could then be smoothly blended together at runtime.
Okay. Uncle Kleiner. Alex.
Gordon, if you please, I'm eager to see if your old suit still fits.
Tone. Setting the right tone for our characters and their dialogue was critical. We aimed for a respectful, almost pleasant style of interaction with the player, while avoiding anything that felt too subservient. This balance was especially tricky with Alex, who needed to support the player without compromising the strength of her character, something we felt was crucial for players to respect her. Her relationship with Eli was a core driver of the player's motivations, so it was important that players liked her and wanted to help her. We also wanted to contrast the warmth and camaraderie between the player's allies against the hostilities of Breen and the Combine, inspiring a sense of righteous indignation in the players for the battles ahead.
Okay. Also,
suit up, Gordon.
Archetypes. We wanted to create narrative links between Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2 through our characters. Our idea was to design individuals who felt like representations of Half-Life 1's archetypes, so that players might find them familiar, almost as though they'd met them in Half-Life 1 at some point that they couldn't quite remember. We based Dr. Kleiner on the scientist model we felt was the most iconic, and his personality was largely shaped by Hal Robbins, whose voice and performances had defined the Half-Life 1 scientists. One day, when we were in the thick of trying to figure out this character, Dr. Kleiner's face came into focus as we happened to share an elevator with an accountant from an office on another floor of our building, and looking at him, it was clear that this is Dr. Kleiner's face. Luckily, he was receptive when we asked if we could photograph him for a video game character.
Kleiner says you should wear that thing. You should wear it.
Yeah. Shush. I am listening to voices in my head.
To create more responsive and multidimensional characters in Half-Life 2, we needed to evolve our approach to working with voice actors. While running through a script with a modicum of direction was sufficient for much of the NPC dialogue for Half-Life 1, for Half-Life 2, we decided to give the actors more of an opportunity to be involved in helping to define the characters and bring them to life. We provided much more story context to the actors, showing them the game world, the environments their characters inhabited, and the other characters they interacted with. We sought actors who could take all that information and synthesize it into their performances to elevate their characters beyond what we had imagined. We held multiple sessions with the main actors, allowing them to digest and build upon their characters over time. For scenes where characters are interacting with each other, we'd often cue an actor with performances from other actors in the scene to create a better sense of connection and flow. Though we'd arrive at the studio with a script and a plan for the recording session, we made sure that the actors felt empowered and had the space to bring their own ideas to the character and performances. Having animators attend the voiceover sessions also proved critical, as they were responsible for stitching the characters' dialogue together with physical actions and expressions to form the resulting choreo scene. Often, animators found that their plans for how a scene would play out evolved quite a bit after working with the voice actor.
Yeah, the characters do perform, like, hand motions and all that every now and then when they're talking to emphasize their language.
Don't worry, I won't look.
But, I still don't really know where I was going with it. It never really seemed like a major thing compared to, like, facial expressions and all. I have hands!
Well, Gordon, I see your HEV suit still fits you like a glove. At least the glove parts do. I've made a few modifications, but I'll just acquaint you with the essentials. Now, let's see. The Mark V Hazardous Environment suit has been redesigned for comfort and utility.
Oh dear. Doc, we don't have time for this. At least get that suit juiced up, Gordon.
Good idea. There's a charger on the wall.
Can I read that?
I've modified your suit to draw
I think it does actually say what it was reading.
Outlets, which are plentiful wherever they patrol.
Meanwhile, let's get this show on the road.
Oh, the read! Must read! Yeah, basically, it just does say what he read on it. You can't actually read it when it's zoomed in like that. That's interesting. The text goes all blurry. But you can kind of read it here on the floor. Yeah. Doesn't seem to say anything else. It looks like it's all written, but I can't actually read the rest.
Come on.
Ah, Starscape. You go up here, can't I? Yes. Nothing over here, though.
This way, Gordon.
Deny.
Gordon, why don't you position yourself near the panel over there and wait for my work?
Isaac, are you there?
Yes, Eli. Bit of a holdup on this end. You'll never guess who found his way into our lab this morning.
That's not who I think it is it?
Indeed it is, and it's our intention to send him packing straight away in the company of your lovely daughter.
Are you ready for us, Dad?
We're all set on this end.
Then let's do it.
Let's see. The massless field flux should self-limit, and I've clamped the manifold parameters to CY base and LT orbifold, Hilbert inclusive. Conditions could hardly be more ideal. That's what you said last time.
Hey, yeah, about that cat.
Initializing in 3, 2, 1. No, fiddlesticks. What now?
Doctor, the plug.
Dear me, you're right. Gordon, would you mind plugging us in?
It's right there, Gordon.
I can't see it. I'm listening.
We use monitors a lot for storytelling in Half-Life 2 in the episodes. So much so that we even make fun of ourselves for it. The problem is they're just too damn useful. They're fantastic for expanding the world by showing events happening elsewhere, and they provide an easy way to have characters talk without needing to explain how they all got to the player's location. Anyone who's ever written any kind of story, especially one with an ensemble cast, understands the unique frustration of trying to create natural reasons for all of your characters to come together in the same place. In this case, we were really happy with how the monitor allowed Alex to teleport away and then quickly appear in Eli's lab, making everything feel real and connected.
Alex's kiss. It's a small moment, but Alex's kiss on Eli's cheek was important. Eventually, we're going to ask the player to save Eli, and we want them to care about him. To build that emotional connection, we needed to show the warmth and affection between Alex and Eli. We didn't want to oversell it with dialogue or make it too big of an event. It had to feel genuine, not performative. And we were able to iterate on the subtleties of this moment until it struck just the right note.
It's right there, Gordon.
Scene interactivity. At certain points in our choreo scenes, we require the player to take action. Beyond simply giving them something to do and keeping them engaged, these moments served a few key purposes. First, they allow the player to catch up even if they've been distracted by something else in the environment. The scene could safely pause until the player completed the task, ensuring they were back and paying attention. At the same time, it let us position the player where we needed them, which was useful for framing the scene and making sure they saw something important. In some cases, we got double value out of these moments by using them to train the player. Here, they're learning to interact with plugs and sockets, a skill they'll need for puzzles later in the game.
I don't remember the plugs and sockets coming into play too often later. I'm probably just forgetting it. 1 out of every 3 Game of Thrones book deals with exclusively with shuffling characters around. I can imagine it.
There.
What? This? You want it? Take it with you.
Scene interactivity.
Oh.
That's
about that plug.
It's right there, Gordon.
Excellent.
Like a good shot, doesn't it?
Gonna let Gordon throw the switch?
Gordon, go right ahead. Very good. Final sequence. Commencing. Now,
Over prospect puzzles. Ah, okay.
Okay.
Well, did it work?
See for yourself.
Hey, Doc.
Thank my relief is almost palpable.
Fantastic work, is it?
Well, I can't take all the credit. Dr. Freeman proved an able assistant.
Let's go ahead and bring Gordon through now.
Right you are. Speak to you again in a few moments.
Good job, Gordon. Throwing that switch and all. I can see your MIT education really pays for itself.
All right, Barney. Your turn.
Gee, thanks.
Gordon, as soon as you're in position, we'll send you to Eli's.
And not a moment too soon.
I have a theoretical degree in physics.
Excellent. Initializing in
Turn into a weird Gordon Lamar hybrid.
1. Barney, if you would be so kind.
I like how he steps back a bit.
Yes, indeed. We're ready to project you, Gordon. Bon voyage, and best of luck in your future endeavors. Final sequence. The hell? What is it?
It's your head, the freaking head hopper!
Lamar, ready? No!
There he is! It's Lamar with him! Get about that thing!
He's coming through, Dad.
What's going on, Judith?
I'm not sure. It seems to be some kind of interference.
Gordon, stay put. We'll get you out of there.
Something is drawing him away.
What's the meaning of this? Who
Oh.
are you? How did you get in here?
Give me globe.
Don't worry, Gordon.
There he is! Oh, we're losing it again.
The man I saw. I'm all but certain it was...
Can't actually move much more. But... Can't turn my camera down. Oh.
He didn't come through.
Then where is he?
Behind you. Shut it down. Shut it down.
Gordon, you must get out of here. Run!
Get down out of sight. I'll come find you.
Okay. Oh. Get out of here. They made a noise. I don't remember them making that noise. Again, it's been ages since I played this. Anything over here? No! You can't go through. Oh, it just flew over.
Hey, Gordon! The Citadel's on full alert. I've never seen it lit up like that. Get out of City 17 as fast as you can, Gordon. Take the old canals, right? They'll get you to Eli's lab. It's a dangerous route, but there's a whole network of refugees, and they'll help you if they can. I'd come with you, but I gotta look after Dr. Kleiner. Oh, and before I forget, I think you dropped this back in Black Mesa. Good luck out there, buddy. You're gonna need it.
Okay.
Phonium extraction. Another critical tool we built into FacePoser was the phonium editor. It processed the voice actors' dialogue lines and extracted phoniums to generate basic lip sync animations for our characters. For the hero characters, our animators use this as a starting point to create high-quality custom animations for each dialogue line, incorporating full facial animation. However, in a dynamic choreo scene, the animators wouldn't know exactly what the rest of the actor's body would be doing. This meant it required careful layering of choreo commands and timings in FacePoser, while still maintaining the actor's ability to dynamically respond to the player.
Okay. Hey, we got a flashlight.
At the time of Half-Life 2's release, most first-person shooters gave the player a gun or a melee weapon right off the bat, but we opted to start them empty-handed. Without a weapon, it was easier to train the player on the more novel ways they're able to interact with the world and introduce them to our story. We wanted the player to transition from fugitive to the aggressor, and arming them at the right time created that moment naturally. By the time they finally get a weapon, they're done running away. They say sometimes the best way to win is to walk away, but we all know that's not true. The best way to win is to run towards something while shooting at it.
It also helps that Half-Life 1 started the same way, so people who had played the first one were familiar with that from the prequel. Rather than less equalizer over your sound samples. Yeah, some of the audio for the commentary has been a bit all over the place. You can keep breaking it. It turns into smaller bits. So impressive.
Dynamic mixing. During gameplay, many sounds are playing at the same time, but some are naturally more important than others, and we need to set the volumes of the sounds relative to each other to ensure that the important ones stand out. In a movie, this sound mixing is done as a post-process, but in a game, it happens real time, responding to the player's actions, so we can't predict ahead of time which sounds will play simultaneously. To handle this, all the sounds are grouped into types and tagged with priorities. Then during gameplay, the audio system monitors all the active sounds and lowers the volume of sounds in a group if a higher priority sound is playing. And this mixing is adjustable. If the gunshots need to be loud in one scene, we can make them higher priority there. If a specific line of dialogue needs to be heard clearly, it can then force all the other sounds to drop in volume. And we do the same thing with music. It's a subtle but very critical system, and it just prevents the soundscape from becoming too cluttered.
Get over here. Kaboom. They behind here?
Bullet audio. If there's one thing we're sure of, it's that a lot of bullets will fly past a player throughout the game. So we spent a bunch of time trying to perfect the audio treatment for it. Unfortunately, bullets in the game are essentially instantaneous, so we can't just attach a sound to them and rely on the movement for positioning. So after some experimentation, we landed on this solution. By figuring out the closest point on the bullet's trajectory to the player's ear, we calculate the exact time and position the bullet would conceptually pass them. We then play two different sounds at that point to fake a Doppler effect, one for the bullet's approach and one for its departure. And we delay the departure sound based on the calculated time the bullet passed by.
I don't actually know whether the guns in Half-Life 2 are hit scan or not. I guess they're not. Ow. Yeah, they're not. Ah. Yeah. Okay, good. I can run now.
Audio caching.
Oh.
Audio caching. Another problem.
Oh, does this not have...
Audio
This one doesn't have subtitles.
Another problem we ran into was the sheer amount of audio in the game. With all the gameplay sounds, music, and dialogue, we had too much audio to be able to store it all in memory. Memory was at a premium in 2003. But as you can imagine, we need to be able to play sounds immediately, especially if they're gameplay related. So we built an audio cache, which stored only the first 125 milliseconds of every audio file and kept that in memory. That 125 millisecond time was our best guess for how long it would take us to be able to stream an audio file in from disk. Then, whenever a sound was played in-game, we'd play the start of it from our audio cache while simultaneously kicking off a load of the full audio file from disk. By the time our cache start ended, we'd have the file loaded and could continue playing the rest of the sound. There were some other minor features, like keeping recent sounds fully in memory so that high-traffic ones didn't need to be loaded constantly. In today's engines, all kinds of assets, beyond just sounds, typically use the same kind of strategy.
It's funny how the trains are just sliding along. They don't have moving wheels or anything. Bug after all these years. It's a recent bug because the commentary has just been added.
Physics sound. Getting physics to feel right for the player meant that the sounds produced by physics had to sound right too. As humans, we're all used to how objects and materials sound during various interactions, even if it's not something we actively notice. While we knew we couldn't account for everything, we wanted to focus on the details that contributed most to making our physics sound realistic. We started with per-object sounds for collisions and impacts. This allowed an object like a wooden crate to have custom sounds when it collided with other objects or classes of objects. Next, we began dynamically modifying these sounds based on the characteristics of the physical event, such as the masses involved and the force of the collision. This worked great for collisions, but didn't hold up in other interactions like objects scraping against each other. In reality, a wooden crate makes a different sound when it scrapes against a wall versus when it's thrown against that same wall. Let me tell you, nobody has done more research on the nuances of a wooden crate's physical properties than us. To get what we wanted out of these interactions, we implemented per-material collision sounds, metal against wood, metal against metal, and so on. These sounds were also dynamically modified based on details like material hardness or type of metal. Getting this system to sound right required countless small tweaks, which we could only identify once it was running. We also experimented with custom sounds for rolling objects, but ultimately cut the feature because we weren't happy with the results.
Yes, like that noise. Thump, thump. No. We under.
Automating DSP. All the sounds the player hears are processed through our Digital Signal Processing System, or DSP. And this just refers to how audio is altered to reflect the environment the player is in. For example, the same sound will differ when heard in a parking garage, a small room, outdoors. In Half-Life 1, we manually placed invisible nodes throughout the world to define these DSP settings for each space. For Half-Life 2, we knew that manual placement was just going to be way too time-consuming, especially since we wanted a larger game, and we still only had one audio person on the team. So we built a system that automatically determines the DSP settings around the player in real time. It does this by analyzing the space around the player, assessing the volume they're within. It examines the materials that make up the environment, basically. And then the system matches that space to one of the 25 hand-authored basic DSP types. We adjust some parameters, and we create the fully detailed DSP that modifies the sounds the player hears.
Okay. Again, I act like I know what they're talking about. Not really. I am the milkman.
Metro Cop scene. This is another scene designed to make it clear that the Metro Cops are the bad guys, except this time the player has a weapon and can finally do something about it. That something comes out of the barrel of a gun. We knew we needed the player to feel righteous, and this moment was part of creating that. The Metro Cops are still human, unlike the rest of the Combine in the game, so we felt like we had to go the extra mile in making sure the player's actions felt like justice and not just wrath.
Oh, now you're going to shoot me. You're not interested in attacking me when I'm invincible. I don't care, he just wandered over here. He's like... Just looking at him. Oh my god. There's a murderer on the loose. Who could have done such a horrible thing? Still warm. The murderer's got to be here somewhere. Hello, welcome, welcome. Sound magic. Yeah, just wave your fingers and then magic stuff happens. I'd actually forgotten how you select objects. Weapons in this game. You have to click the button.
Staircase.
Yep.
There are situations throughout the game that stem from simple and quite straightforward design goals, and this staircase features two of them. The first was to frame the Citadel as it awakened, showing the player they stirred up the hive. The second was to showcase our ragdoll system. While it's standard now, in 2004 it was still a novelty to see bodies tumble realistically, and stairs provided a perfect stage to make that happen.
Yeah, like the way like his arms actually resting on the stair is really neat. Some games before Half-Life 2 had kind of a physics system where I think if you think in Halo 1, a character when they die, they sort of angle the body so that it conforms to the environment, and it might even bend at like the middle at the waist to sort of fold over a lump in the terrain. But it's not ragdolls. I'm moving my hands like you can see me, but actually like bending and flopping over the steps and all that was, I mean, there might have been some other games which did it as well, but having it roll down the steps like that's was really neat. I don't need to tell the people who are watching me that. I think most of them played this on release.
City
Other
17
people's
Awakens. The early train station section was designed to make the city feel indifferent toward the player, as if Gordon is just another nameless, faceless citizen, ripe for subjugation. But during the tenement raid and rooftop chase, the city identifies the player as an anomaly and starts to stir. Now, with the player as the aggressor, the city fully turns its attention on them. The Overwatch PA system, first heard during the raid, played a key role in delivering this message. If players listen closely, there's a lot of information about the city's awareness. Even when players didn't pay attention, though, the audio treatment still conveyed the emotional message we were aiming for.
Yeah, you can hear the PA system talking constantly, telling them to go and check up what's going on. And there's an outbreak. They have to contain it. Again, the language which the Combine use.
Explosive barrels. Here, we introduce explosive barrels, a staple of first-person shooters, but with a new twist. The second pistol shot sets the barrel on fire, starting a timed detonation. A third shot will detonate the barrel immediately. This way,
the barrel disappeared.
Or trigger it right away, depending on the situation. Players may want to feed an explosive barrel to a barnacle and then shoot it twice as a handy way to safely dispatch a cluster of them. The delayed explosion also made for more interesting chain reactions between multiple barrels. Exploding barrels were a fan favorite in the series, but also were internally favored by level designers who often felt like the game could never have enough of them.
I think I got stuck in the room in Half-Life 1 because I didn't realize that there was a crate you could blow up. Loop. I'm gonna get you guys. Give me your ammo. Oh, okay, they just geek up. Yeah.
Scanners presented a tricky game design challenge. While we liked how their dystopian presence helped convey the Combine occupation as an oppressive surveillance state, we didn't actually want them to shoot at the player. We found that aiming into the sky to hit a small mobile enemy with a constant height advantage was something we couldn't make fun. Since we loved their role in the story, we decided that in combat, scanners would serve primarily as eyes, alerting nearby enemies to the player's presence, a feature we reinforced with sound effects from the soldiers. Beyond that, they'd only be able to harass the player with bright lights and occasionally dive bomb after taking enough damage.
Yeah, I'm glad they're not like suicide things like in Duke Nukem 3D. Ugh, those are a pain.
Technically, the first Lambda cache is at Kleiner's lab, but this is the first one the player finds on their own. We added Lambda caches to encourage exploration and to hint players where hidden resources could be found, with a fiction being that they were being placed by the Resistance as part of their underground rebellion. In Half-Life, the contents of supply crates were predetermined by the level design. In Shell 2, we introduce adaptive item crates that give the player whatever they are low on at the time, based on resource targets set by the level designer.
Yeah, it's neat when games do that. And Neither the Dark Descent does a similar thing, where if you're low on, like, health or wicks, it will give you more.
Overwatch.
That's at least one example I know of where the game does a
Overwatch
similar
voice using
thing.
a free text-to-speech tool, but as we neared shipping, we realized we didn't actually have the rights to use it, so we held auditions with voice actors to find someone who could match the qualities we liked in the generated lines. It didn't take long before we found Ellen McLean, whose delivery was exactly what we were looking for. In her sessions, we played the generated lines for her to mimic, though in her own style. She was a bit sarcastic at first, given that she was being asked to replicate such a robotic delivery, but years later when she returned for her iconic role as GLaDOS in Portal, she'd found a way to creatively integrate that tone into her performance.
Oh, GLaDOS.
Pistol design. The standard pistol is the workhorse of the game, functioning not only as the first ranged weapon you learn to use, but also as a method to interact with physics and destructible objects at a safe distance for the entirety of the game. To help make it feel more responsive and fun to use, the pistol employs a refire mechanic that's unique to it in the game. The gun will fire as fast as the player can click their input button, meaning that they feel an instant response to their input, and the faster they can click, the faster they can shoot.
So there is an upper limit. Do we explosive barrels? You be the judge. Can I walk over this? No. Nope. Shoot your kneecaps off. Ow. No, your gun! How am I supposed to collect? Okay. Oh no! I know your tricks.
Shatter glass. When designing early levels where there are fewer mechanics in the player's toolkit, we found that it's just as engaging to spotlight new technical features instead, as we did here with breakable glass. For the shattering effect, glass was divided into a grid of small squares, allowing us to track which were intact or broken, and to blow out larger sections once enough squares were no longer connected. Each square was rendered with a unique texture based on the status of its neighboring squares, creating the sharp, jagged edges between broken and intact glass. While breaking glass is now commonplace in games, it was something we hadn't seen much back when we were making Half-Life 2, and we're incredibly happy with the level of fidelity and dynamicism it brought to the game.
Can't remember other games which had, like, breakable glass at the time. You can just walk through it. Oh, hang on. Good thing you can't blow up mid-kits.
Helicopter Peekaboo. The Combine attack helicopter as central antagonist was something we wanted to develop throughout the entire chapter. The relentless chopper became a character in its own right. Here, if you listen and look overhead, you can hear its engine and see it flying along the train tracks and into the distance. This first glimpse is a small piece of foreshadowing, with its presence becoming more pronounced over time, until eventually you're squaring off against it.
Iterative passes. Some chapters of the game, such as the on-foot sections of the canals in Ravenholm, were developed in multiple passes by different cabals.
I think there's like auto
We found that
still.
handing off maps in this way led to greater variety in the experience and a higher density of interesting moments as each cabal added their unique touches to the maps. In the on-foot portion of the canals, the first pass established the art direction and the player path, along with the broad strokes of the experience and some major beats. But the team-wide alpha playtest identified insufficient tension and a somewhat monotonous experience here. In our second pass, we returned to the map solely focused on creating that tension and greatly increased the density of moment-to-moment scenarios.
I'm cheating by listening to the audio logs when I'm getting attacked. Yeah, the water detail is a lot higher in this than it was in the original one as well. The reflections look a lot better.
Water shader. The most complex shader we made for the game was the water shader, which made full use of the newly available programmable graphics cards. When water was present, the scene was rendered 3 times. First, the underwater world for refraction, second, a reflected view, and third, the parts above the water. When rendering the water surface, we blended the refractive and reflective views, showing more reflection at glancing angles using the Fresnel equation. We also tracked the ground depth below the water's surface, making it more transparent and less refractive in shallow areas. Additionally, we had to create 2 alternate water rendering techniques for lower-end graphics cards. Mid-range cards displayed a lower detail reflection without refraction or transparency, while low-end cards only rendered a partially transparent surface.
I guess if I change it in the settings, you can see that. Well, maybe not exactly. You can see, like, the walls there, but you can't see the bars. You can see some of the diffraction of the object, but it doesn't reflect it. Where is it? That's actually pretty much the same. Reflect world. So, oh. My graphics card isn't bad enough to show it off. Help, I'm stuck. Was the automatic jumping up on top of objects like that always as, like, extreme in Half-Life 2? Whoa! Really gets in the way of, like, moving around sometimes. I just bump up against it, I'm launched up into the air. I'm not pressing space though.
Interstitial scenes. As playtesting progressed, we often found areas where players lost track of their goal, which isn't uncommon in a game like Half-Life. To address this, we added smaller interstitial scenes to help guide players along their path and reinforce their objective. After finishing the bulk of development on our larger choreo scenes, like Kleiner's lab, putting these smaller scenes together became relatively straightforward. We discovered that using characters in these moments worked much better than relying on passive storytelling, or even some sort of reminder you'd find baked into a pause menu.
Oh, bugger, I missed it.
Good God.
Oh yeah, that...
Guess those sirens are for you, huh? Good thing you found us. You're not the first to come through here by...
This is the Freeman. The Combine's reckoning has come.
Look,
it's just like, okay.
The Underground Railroad. Main station's right around the corner. They'll get you started on the right foot. Meanwhile, let my Vortigaunt friend here give you a jolt to get you going.
Yeah, I saw this comment. There's an interesting thing here. That TV is angled too far to the left. Oh, that's different too.
We really can't afford to get noticed. Civil protection catched you down here. It's bad news for the whole railroad.
We serve the same mystery.
But the TV here is supposed to have G-band on it, and you'd see it when you drop down, but the TV's angled too far away to actually see it. I think the Vortigaunts are using a texture from the episode 2 or something, so they look a lot smoother than I remember them. And I remember that where he gives you the charge there, it was actually a beam in the original game instead of a ball of light like that.
Boxcar Bill. This small scene originally featured 2 human characters, but later in development we replaced one with a Vortigaunt. We wanted to show that Vortigaunts were coexisting with humans and resisting the Combine as well. We also introduced their ability to heal the player, although we didn't fully capitalize on that feature throughout the game. Vortigaunts became a useful narrative tool for keeping dialogue brief, as their hive mind justified their full knowledge of the world and the player's goals. This meant they never had to ask questions, neatly sidestepping the challenge of writing dialogue for a silent protagonist.
Yeah. Anyway, they should change the angle of the TV a bit so you can actually see it. Oh, TV. Here you go, here's another one. Oh, he closed it. Okay. He took the TV and ran.
Particles. For the Source engine, we invested in expanding particle and special effects technology. This allowed for more realistic and complex particle movement, as well as more intricate shapes and shader effects. In particular, adding bump mapping to our particles features made a huge difference in the volumetric look of them. While later iterations of the Source engine include a powerful particle system editor, the original version used in Half-Life 2 relied on handcrafted effects, each requiring a programmer to meticulously build the effect manually, which was a pretty labor-intensive process.
Ow. Does it not catch on fire? I thought it did. Well, I guess it just destroys it. I get whether it's possible to destroy this without having it collapse. Don't think so.
Attention, community. Unrest procedures code is now in effect. Inoculate, shield, pacify, code, pressure, sword, sterilize.
I don't think you can. Oh, hang on.
Attention, please. Unidentified person of interest. Confirm your civil status with local
No, I can't. Ah, oh well. Oh, hang on. No. Never mind. Oh, crow.
Community. Unrest procedure code is now in effect. Inoculate. Shield.
Barnacle Introduction. Because barnacles can be confusing when first encountered, we wanted to introduce them in a way that showed players their behavior at a safe distance. We decided to do that through a nature show style predator-prey scene. But, as always, scenes like this took a lot of iteration to get players to reliably see.
Isolate. Inquire.
No, my skull! I like how they spit things out when they don't like it.
Unrest procedure code is now in effect. Inoculate. Shield. Pacify. Code. Pressure. Sword. Sterilize.
Surface properties. We play custom footstep sounds when the player walks on the slippery mud. This was a system called Surface Properties that used the material type to determine the sounds and other effects that should occur when walked on or shot at. Earlier in development, we had an effect that slowed players' movement when walking on mud surfaces. However, this was removed in the shipping version as it was decided it was too punishing.
Yeah, the slipperiness of the mud always was kind of weird to me. Like you're moving on oil. Slowing your player down would make more sense, but it would be annoying. But like having it slippery like this is weird too.
Mounted gun gallery. There are a few things going on in the scene. The turret firing at the breakable crates behind teaches players not to take the threat head on and instead utilize the sewer route to defeat it. And when they reach the turret, players enjoy using it in a shooting gallery with a wave of Combine soldiers and dive-bombing scanners. We also begin to introduce the missile-firing Combine APC that pushes the players along and will show up again later in the chapter.
Yeah. Oh, you don't have ammo.
This is Station 8. We heard 12 go down and out. Surgical strike units are targeting railway stations. Repeat, civil protection is coming down on underground stations. We're already getting refugees from 9 and outlying. Looks like we're...
Station 8, do you copy? Station 8, are you there? We have confirmed reports of manhacks. Repeat, they're filling the underground with manhacks.
That slides off as well. Huh. Interesting. Does this count as an NPC? Hold on. Interesting. What about this? Well, whatever. I should have waited until I was standing on it. Unlimited ammo! No! I squandered my opportunity to shoot that with the turret. I feel like they have added sounds to the scanners. They're making a bunch of noises I don't remember. The slippery mud serves a purpose here, and to get you to slide into the barnacles, but it's kind of weird.
We're here!
Hello.
Keep going, friend. That station was raided, but there's others up ahead. I'm gonna stay here in case any others come through. Gotta keep the railway alive.
Actually translating what they're saying. Or giving subtitles to what they're saying. Nope, they actually saw me. I'm sure there's some motion, not motion, there's some auto-aiming on still. Got it off. Turn that off. There should only be if I'm using a gamepad. Yeah, whatever.
Corner into a new area just to see enemies standing there is always awkward, and it makes the world feel less alive and more like a shooting gallery. So we were motivated to introduce enemies into combat spaces in more interesting and dynamic ways that would communicate planning and intentionality on their part, as if these soldiers had had a plan for Gordon even before he showed up. The Metro cops in this scene jump down into this space via scripted sequences, and later in the game we use rappelling in a similar way. It doesn't matter where they're coming from in reality because players end up telling that story to themselves. We found that in the end, combat should have a story implied in its setup, an ambush, a surprise, a surge, an assault. All of these scenarios use much of the same enemy AI, but all felt different to playtesters.
Okay. I'm actually going to have a quick break, so I'm going to pause the recording here and I'll be back in a moment. Okay, we're back. Actually continue capturing pretty quick. You're there. Oh. Oh, there's not a commentary thingy about this. I think this section was shown off in the it was shown off in the documentary, I think, where it was talking about how they can pull the ragdolls in a certain direction. That's why they like fell down through the planks when you blew it up instead of flying off somewhere.
Barnacle Bowling. This is a satisfying example of how a bunch of design elements can come together in a matrix of interactions to create a memorable scenario for the player. We got barnacles, our physics simulations, slippery mud surface properties, and last but not least, explosive barrels. You've encountered all these on their own, but they're able to snap together naturally to create a moment we called Barnacle Bowling.
Oh, I thought it was barnacle bullying. They're all passing that box between them. They drop an awful lot of skulls and spines and all that. I guess maybe the Combine just toss some bodies every now and then, but... Man, they're a lot shinier than I remember them being. I guess that's the updating on the textures and all that. Oh, you're still alive. Yeah, well. So it's interesting that they're attached to a grill there. They're in the sun. Yeah, yeah. Usually they're like on a solid surface, like the underside made of concrete, not on like a grill.
Of uncivil activity in this community. Code.
Interesting.
Assemble. Plan. Contain. Community ground protection unit. Local unrest from the
Ah, frick. Come on. I see you there. Can I jump out? No? Okay. Yeah. Never mind. That draw distance underwater is still pretty severe. Ah well, it is muddy water. Why do we stack all these barrels everywhere? Is that cool? Yeah. There's like... The jumps also got like a lot more momentum going forward and backwards. Is that a new addition as well? I mean, new. Again, like, I haven't played this for a decade, but...
Assemble, administer, classify.
I just feel like I'm launching myself forward a lot more than I remember. Yeah, well. Out of this room.
Physics in puzzles. Often, simpler mechanics encountered earlier in the game are pulled from more complex ones as a form of training. The teeter-totter puzzle, the first physics-based contraption in the game, was actually derived from a later, more intricate washing machine puzzle in the canals. The teeter-totter uses the same principles of mass and ramps, but in a more straightforward way that players can directly interact with, helping them understand the game's physics and making later puzzles easier to tackle. This puzzle also highlights the analog nature of the physics system, with the placement of cement blocks and the player's own weight both factoring into the solution.
Yeah. You don't need to put all of the blocks on there. I think you only need like 4. Because you can just run up it and jump. And that's enough. Yeah.
Combine attack helicopter.
There it goes.
Players have had glimpses before, but here's where we fully introduce the main boss of the Canals chapter, the Combine Attack Helicopter. This chopper relentlessly destroys a player's cover, forcing them to move forward or risk being gunned down. We wanted this sequence to feel tense and menacing, with the helicopter seeming far too powerful to confront directly, and maintaining that intensity through the canals until the final showdown in the reservoir. To achieve this, we heavily constrained the helicopter's movement based on specific gameplay goals. In this map, designed as a dash from cover to cover under helicopter fire, we created a ring path in the sky above the arena. The helicopter always travels to the farthest point on that ring from the player, keeping it visible and making it easier for us to place cover in just the right spots.
Wait. The game pushes me forward there. Right, I think I have to go. This.
Normal maps. Half-Life 2 was developed during an exciting time for graphics, as the first programmable shader-supported graphics cards were hitting the market. Using this technology, we became one of the first games to implement normal maps, a technique that enhanced the lighting on surface geometry. The normal map described the surface's roughness, allowing each pixel of a polygon to be lit in a way that made surfaces appear bumpier and more detailed than ever possible in Half-Life 1.
Yeah, I guess when I say bump maps, that's what I mean, normal maps. I've always known them as bump maps, but I'm not a 3D modeler. I've only done a little bit in the past, so. But even with it, it always kind of looked really flat to me. I guess just as an early iteration, it was rather subtle. Certainly nothing like in Stalker. Maps are a subcategory of normal maps. Okay, thank you very much. Parallax maps are further refinement. Okay, okay. Thank you. I'm glad I got people who know the proper terminology. The distinctions between them are lost on me, so that'd be why I just used one name for the. Ugh. Yeah. You don't think it's Half-Life 2 is a very graphic game, but this is pretty. That was pretty disgusting. And this. Like, man, this is like severely burnt corpses. That's pretty spooky. It's like a jump scare.
Autosave dangerous. In Half-Life 1, we had a set of autosaves throughout the game, hand-placed by level designers and triggered when the player reached some specific moment or position in the game. This ensured that the game was automatically saved for you as you traversed through Black Mesa's corridors. In Half-Life 2, we found ourselves needing a new tool. The problem arose in some of the more complex arenas we'd built. Some of those encounters would last for quite a while and features multiple sets of enemies. Others were long, sprawling mixes of exploration and combat without any clear separation between the two. We never want an autosave where the player is in danger of dying right after loading the game, because that could place the player in a death loop. If you played enough games back then, you definitely found yourself in this situation at least once. So unless we deliberately crafted pauses in every arena's flow, there wasn't always a safe place to put an autosave. After some experimentation, we implemented a feature called Autosave Dangerous. This was a level designer tool that combined an autosave with an associated time frame. When triggered by the level designer, it immediately saved the game, but kept the save off to the side, not available as a save game to load from. If the player then stayed alive for the specified time frame, then the save would be committed and used as the most recent autosave. This allowed level designers to put an autosave at a reasonable place or time in an arena, specify a time, like 30 seconds, and if the player was still alive for 30 seconds, the autosave would be used.
Yeah, I like that. That's a very clever way of trying to bypass the problem. I wonder if there'd be any other limitations on it based on how much health the player's got. So maybe not. If you've only got a little bit of health and you survive for 30 seconds, then you're probably alright. Oh. Ow.
Soundscapes. In Half-Life 1, ambient sounds were placed by hand and then individually tuned. For Half-Life 2, we wanted more ambient sounds in our environment with higher quality and less manual effort for placement. So we built a system that we call the Soundscape system. A soundscape is basically a small program that controls which ambient sounds play, where they come from, and then how they behave in a specific environment. So flies buzzing, wind blowing, birds, a distant train, distant combat. The soundscape system could then randomly select and play these sounds, and also, really importantly, handle the smooth transition as the player moves through environments. Soundscapes can also contain other soundscapes, and that allows us to create reusable collections of sounds. So for instance, distant combat might be small arms fire, distant explosions, a passing helicopter. And these soundscapes would dynamically assemble and play from many individual sounds, and that helps us avoid the artificial feel of a single looping track. Overall, the soundscape system was a real workhorse for audio in Half-Life 2, and it's pretty much responsible for every sound you hear that isn't directly driven by gameplay.
Well, whatever.
Get in here, hurry! Civil protection is onto us. We're tearing up the railroad, covering our tracks. Looks like you're gonna be the last one through. Be glad you're not the guy they're looking for. Poor bastard doesn't stand a chance. Sounds
Well.
like they're calling in every CP unit in City 17.
About that.
Now they're flooding the areas up ahead with manhacks. You'd better get going before they sweep through here.
Oh shit! Too late! That was a close call. Thanks for your help.
I like how he uses the
It isn't safe here.
pipe.
I'll give you some supplies to keep you going, and you really gotta go.
Yeah, this is neat. If you actually rescue him, you get some stuff. If he dies, well, you don't. Don't know if you can find it yourself afterwards. You'll be going? Well, thank you for joining. We won't be finishing it tonight, of course, but... Are you giving me some supplies?
You understand, I've got to stay and help any stragglers.
I thought he was going to give me some supplies. He did say that. Oh. Hello, welcome, Periax. How's it going? Does it explain where all the explosive barrels have come from? This guy. I almost shot him a dozen times. I think I did shoot him a few times. There was a few blood splats. He's fine with it, though. He's a tough dude.
Manhack Matt. We called this guy Manhack Matt.
Oh, that's his
name. We wanted
name.
to give players the sense that hundreds of citizens inhabited the hidden nooks and crannies of City 17. At this point in the game, it had been a while since players had seen a citizen, and we wanted to explain the significance of the Manhacks, which was the first physics-based enemy that we created. In the original concept, there was a video arcade in the city where players could fly Manhacks around to attack virtual citizens. Eventually, players would discover that the manhacks were real, and so were the citizens. As the Combine occupation became more fleshed out, this idea of a video arcade became an odd fit and eventually fell by the wayside.
Yeah, I don't think any of the development,
You better get going now.
what's it called? The video about the development actually showed any footage of that. I think maybe you can see it in one of the alphas or betas, but I'm not sure. But the commentary explained all explosive barrels anywhere. Because they're cool. I think was the explanation. Something along the lines of, you can never have enough explosive barrels. As for these little buggers, you certainly have enough of them. They're a pain. Oh, I think some popped in to attack him. Yep. No! Man, hack man. Why'd you drop your pipe? Well. If I hadn't shot him a few times, he would have had enough health to survive. Maybe. Probably not. Still my fault. Something behind there? Nope. Yeah! Out of the way. Help! I'm stuck. Ah! How'd you get in here? Oh well. I like that someone comes around the corner if you go in there. The door's not even open. Was that barrel there before as well? Hmm. Nope. Got a new gun. Yeah, I remember finding these tunnels to go in. Really spooky. Because of that. Oh, and this. No, it's a head crab zombie. And a grenade. Yeah. Wah. Do I get through there? Oh, there. Right. I'm actually walking on the bottom of that? Ah. I wonder if they can be hurt by the manhunt. Don't actually remember. What was that? Oh, what? Hold on. Oh. I don't know. I thought something just fell down, but can't see anything. It's not a giant spider, so that's a good thing. Ow. Damn it. Get up there. Ow! Ow! I might have missed some stuff. Oh well. Hello, welcome, welcome. Awesome game. I do like it. Except when I'm blowing up barrels in my face. I missed the secret gravity gun. Yeah, I know. We do have a grenade. I'm running a little low on health. Does some of you drop some? Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm sure there's, like, a degree of auto-aim in this still. Maybe there's just naturally auto-aim. Heading up the bed. Well, thanks for joining, Kibbits. Hope you have a good rest. There we go, full health. No? That's not the right way to go? Oh, there. Oh yeah, this room. I guess it would be a pain to hit the man hacks if there wasn't a bit of auto aim.
Explosive Barrel Factory. This room, filled with an absurd number of exploding barrels, inspired some good-natured debate within the team around how far to push the plausibility of our world. Frankly, one exploding barrel is probably too many in regards to realism. In the real world, barrels really shouldn't explode, even if you were to shoot them.
My immersions. What do you mean it's not real? I'm pretty sure when you jump off the ladder there, it actually puts you onto the pipe. How do I get over there? Well, oh, come on.
Explosive?
No, not you. Ah! Too far. Okay, there we go. Ow! I just want to flip one up onto its end. There we go. Okay. Make a save. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Wow. Don't remember the talking bubble in this game. It's a new enemy, yeah. When engaged with, they threaten you with exposition. I'm sure you can get up there to get some extra stuff. It's like... Ah!
Explosive barrel.
No, not... I remember doing this a lot easier. Maybe you just come out that way? I don't... Okay, there we go. Huh. Thank you. All that for a battery. Can't get anything else in. Oh well. Must be an update you missed. Yes, so... Ow. Hooray! All that for damage but not lost. All those barrels left unexploded. I know. Which way did I go? Down from there. again, it like pushes you onto the pipe. Okay. Want me to explode the barrels? Their purpose is not fulfilled, I know. I could shoot them. I could also just leave them. There's so many of them. So much explosion. Yeah. Explosion! I like it went with a exclamation mark. Is there something down there as well? Oh no, this is where you go if you fail the next bit. Okay. Okay, was there other things around here? Oh, there's that. Oh! Oh, I got it. The barrels are happy now. Well, I'm glad. Every year, thousands of barrels go unexploded. Do your part. Yeah, I have to go over here. Yes. Yeah, that's to you. Oh, yeah, right. Oxygen and flashlight is still the same bar. I don't remember whether that was split up in the later one. I could just shoot them. There we go.
Rising water. The floating bridge and wooden spools here introduce the concept of buoyancy as a tool for the player. In this case, it's not really a puzzle. It's just some fun for the player interacting with the physics system. But later, we revisit this gameplay element in the canals to raise a ramp for the airboat.
I don't think you could destroy the large spools, so you've always got a way to get across. Nope. Oh, my bridge!
Rendering systems. In the early 2000s, we couldn't afford a general-purpose renderer with the broad capabilities of a modern
That guy's just
engine.
ducking there.
Instead, CPU, GPU, and memory limitations required highly specific solutions to rendering challenges so we could squeeze every bit of performance out of a player's hardware.
Oh, there he goes.
As a result, Half-Life 2 actually has 3 different rendering engines. one for world geometry, another for outdoor terrain, and a third for dynamic entities like characters and objects. These 3 renderers had to support a complicated matrix of features: collisions, ray traces, decals, offline lighting, visibility calculations, and more. On top of that, each renderer needed to support DirectX 7, 8, and 9. The differences among these DirectX versions were significant, often requiring different data storage and rendering approaches. They even used different programming languages. Altogether, we essentially had 9 different renderers, each needing unique solutions, and getting them all to look consistent was one of the most challenging tech problems we faced during development.
And now you know partly why it's such a pain to get games from the early 2000s to run on modern hardware. Ugh. So much hassle. Because what if they weren't made to support all of those different formats? They did a good job getting Half-Life 2 run on almost anything. Yes. With all that complexity, from what I remember, I never really had a problem getting Half-Life 2 to run. Getting it to run well might have been another problem, but even then, I think it performed pretty well, even on computers which weren't top of the line. Or which, you know, which were significantly below, like what was minimally suggested. The other way, you didn't need a really good computer to run it. And it still runs pretty well. Oh, I guess they're just eating stuff in that room I was in. There's still some jankiness when you're moving across physics objects though. Like, I'm sliding along this and bumping up against the edges. As I said, it's much more pronounced in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. You have one issue with Half-Life 2, the crosshair and outdoors sections that can hardly be seen. Yeah, it's quite... like, it gets the sky there, you can't really see it too easily, because it's the yellow. I think you could probably change the color of it in here. It probably might have been something which was added later. Maybe? Actually, I don't actually know. Doesn't look like there is any options to change the crosshair. Never mind. Hooray! Radioactive goop.
GPU Wild West. During development, we faced numerous decisions influenced by our choice of minimum spec, the least powerful CPU and GPU combination that would still deliver a good experience for customers. In the early 2000s, there was far more variety among GPUs than today, with wide differences not only in speed, but in fundamental approaches to rendering. But at the time, we had no real data on the hardware our customers were using. What CPUs and GPUs did they have? How much RAM? Which version of Windows? We reached out to Microsoft hoping they might know answers to questions like, how many DX7 cards are in use? Or DX8? Unfortunately, they didn't have the data either. Realizing we were at risk of making bad decisions without these insights, we developed an analysis tool that allowed players to report their hardware specs to us and integrated it into the early version of Steam. The data was so useful that we decided to make it public, launching the Steam Hardware Survey in April 2003. It's been helping us and hopefully other developers make informed decisions ever since.
Right. I think Steam was actually a thing before Half-Life 2 came out, but Half-Life 2 was when they sort of forced you to use Steam to play Half-Life 2. Which, as I said, it was a pain.
You're Freeman, aren't you? We got word you were coming. You got here at a bad time.
Black Mesa East to Station 6. Do you read? Dr. Freeman is on his way downriver. Lend him the airboat and give him all the help you can. Repeat, Gordon Freeman has returned. It is critical he reaches Black Mesa East.
We've got some ammo in those crates over there. Help yourself to supplies and keep moving.
Okay.
Dynamic shadows. With a focus on character and physics objects, we felt a dynamic shadow system was necessary to render them all in all their glory. In 2003, GPUs didn't have any dedicated shadow capabilities that they have today, so performance was a tricky problem. Our eventual solution went something like this, running every frame. First, find all the objects that might have shadows in view. Doing this meant figuring out which objects were in the view frustum, or slightly behind it, to catch entities that were off-screen but whose shadows might end up on-screen. Then we'd render a black shadow version of each one of those objects into a single shadow texture. For that render, we'd use the lowest level of detail model for the object to be as fast as possible.
Down in the bottom right
Finally,
is what I'm
we'd
showing.
use the shadow texture to draw each of the shadows into the player's view, darkening the already rendered pixels. We carefully cut around each shadow in that shadow texture to ensure that they correctly overlaid each other in the case where multiple shadows overlap. It's neat to look back on how we did these things, but ultimately we're a lot happier today, where GPU hardware makes it a much more straightforward problem.
Get out of here! Go on!
Nope, I have to balance something on your head.
Get going!
Man! So angry. I think your first game on Steam was Dawn of War 2.
They're shelling us!
First one I had was Half-Life 2, and then I think it was like... What was that game called? Audio Surfer or something like that. No, I don't actually remember.
Headcrab canisters. Used headcrab canisters are seen later in Ravenholm, so we decided to show them here to tell the story of how they're used by the Combine. The story is that the Combine have weaponized Zen fauna to use them against the humans. Burrowed headcrabs was added as a new feature for this section that was expanded into a larger area that is meant to show a citizen shanty that was decimated by the headcrab assault.
Headcrabs are a lot more... I don't know. Shiny and chickadee. Well. Nom nom nom. Get out of here. Oh yeah, they punt barrels at you. Don't think its insurance covers head crabs. Oh, I thought that might have been a particle. Oh. There's like a... there's a noise which is like in the back left of my headphones, or the back left of the audio whenever I fire the SMG. Can you hear it? It's like, I don't know if people have surround sound or, you know, the thing, but it's weird. It makes it sound like there's something in my room which is getting knocked around. Like a dunk. Do something with this. Don't touch the walls, I guess. Oh, look at you. Are you all so happy to see me? Whee!
Airboat intro. This.
Show up. Got this airboat all gassed up and ready to go. It's gonna be tough dodging civil protection out there in the open, but drive hard and you'll make it. You'll find more help up at Station 7. Just a few bends up the river. It's the old red barn. Climb on in. Fire her up. Go ahead and get in the boat, Dr. Freeman.
Airboat intro. This is where the player gets the first vehicle of the game, the airboat. We wanted to create a safe space for players to practice driving the airboat for as long as they wanted before moving on. The arena is sprinkled with opportunities for jumps and tricks, and we filled the arena with toxic slime to keep players in the airboat longer, while preventing them from leaving the vehicle behind and progressing forward on foot.
Combinatorial shader explosion. Rendering became much more complex during Half-Life 2's development with the addition of hardware shaders, small bits of code controlling how each pixel on a surface should render. In 2003, shaders were far more limited than today. Half-Life 2 era shaders lacked conditionals and had severe code size restrictions. This meant no if-else branching logic to adjust based on different conditions, and no large shaders with broad feature sets. Also, compiling shaders as needed was just too slow to be useful, so we had to pre-compile them. To work within these limits, we had to compute every possible shader combination and store each one individually as its own shader. For example, if a shader affected a surface based on a single light source, we'd need another shader version for 2 lights, another for 3, and so on. And it was combinatorial. If that shader also supported a normal map, we'd need 2 versions per light, one with a normal map and one without. With features like texture blending, vertex tinting, specular highlights, alpha testing, and various other light types, directional point and spotlights, our shader count exploded. By release, we had thousands of individual shaders. Shortly after, we released Lost Coast, adding HDR support, which doubled the shader count again. Once compiling shaders on the local developer's machine started taking too long, we switched to distributing the shader compiles over the entire network using VMPI. We also had a dynamic shader compilation mode that was useful for developing shaders that gave fast turnaround at the expense of frame rate hitching when a shader had to be compiled.
Okay. Shaders. Oh, it's called a mud skipper? Just always called it the airboat. Developer video went into this as well and how it handles, and said that they actually ended up making it float because if it was moving along the surface it would be too nauseating. And so if you play this game in VR, this is still pretty challenging with a headset on, I believe. Or at least from comments of people I've watched playing it in VR. If you're not used to it, that is.
Fighting motion sickness.
Yeah.
In early
Yeah.
playtesting, many players developed motion sickness while driving the airboat. While trying to fix this, we discovered several factors that contributed to it. We found that reducing the intrusion of the airboat into the view helped, so we made several passes on the model to pare it back. Maintaining a consistent frame rate helped as well, so it was important to keep an eye on performance in these sections. However, the single most important factor was eliminating view roll to maintain a more stable horizon no matter what the airboat was doing. One of the programmers on the team was super prone to motion sickness, and they valiantly offered to playtest several times to test our progress towards a solution. I'm pretty sure they threw up at least once after playtesting, and their noble sacrifice was hugely appreciated.
Thank you. I could have done without learning about that, but, okay. Anyway. Oh, is there something over there in that spot there? Because I think there's a lot of little hidden things around the place. If you decide to hop out. No. You've seen people trying to play Alien Isolation using VR, but screaming happened. I can imagine. It probably also really emphasized how big the Xenomorph is. Does that game actually have VR supported by supported naturally, or is that actually a mod which adds it? Because it came out before all the VR stuff. Ow! Go. Hey, you killed your buddy. I do kind of wish there was a few different bodies for the zombies. They all look the same.
Station 12, do you read?
Oh, cool. Oh, wait. No, I can't. Yeah, this is a map of, the areas. Let's see. Where did we start? No, I don't remember. VR is in the game files, you just need to find them and activate it. Oh, okay. So like it was planned at once, but wasn't fully implemented in the end. Get out of it. Whoop. There's a barrel. Oh, right, yeah, you see the G-Man over here. I didn't see him when I was coming over here. You see him standing on the platform outside the barn, and then he walks inside. I forgot about that.
Airboat time. Finding the right balance between vehicle time and time on foot took some work. Driving at full speed propelled players through the world quickly, and in early playtests we felt that players were missing out on exploring and taking in the game's detail. Exploration and world examination are core values of Half-Life, so we didn't want the vehicle to eliminate that. To address this, we added periodic spots where players could get out and explore small pockets of dense detail. Additionally, as the physics system evolved, we were learning new ways to use it. These spots off the airboat let us introduce an element of discovery around physics, like dropping crates into the water or combining barrels to raise a ramp. This gave players a chance to interact with water and physics in different ways.
I'm moving around when the dialogue comes up to try and find a dark spot so that it's easier to read. Alien Isolation 2 is in development. Yeah, I saw that. CEA is working on it. That's good. I was surprised that the first one was as well received as it was. I still haven't played it myself. I plan to at some point, but I do have it. For some reason, I got it for free at some point. So, I don't know what that was about. Don't hit me.
Look out below!
Yeah, if you watch from a distance, he actually gets chased off by scanners.
Floating supplies. In the alpha playtest, the canals were sprinkled with floating supply crates that players could smash with the airboat to collect the supplies inside. The mechanics were somewhat gamey, but helped keep the flow of the gameplay going, allowing the player to resupply on the go. To help make the premise more plausible, we wanted to tell the story of how the floating crates ended up so conveniently placed along the player's path. This scene of the citizens dropping supply crates helped sell that fiction, while also making the canals feel more alive. It also made players feel more heroic and important to be helped by so many supporting characters.
Yeah. These tunnels always messed with my vision because of the corrugated on the walls and you're staring straight ahead. Oop. So you get all these like concentric circles, or just circles coming towards the camera. I guess that's a duck. Can't remember duck noises. Is that all? I guess so. Since I can't hit you, weave perfectly between you. I was surprised the dropship didn't fly away faster. Oh, right. Haha.
Zombie surprise. There's a little bit of a cheeky jump scare in this sewer pipe. Players wander in here, all focused and curious, and then an underwater zombie pops up, almost always scaring the pants off of playtesters. One fell completely out of their chair, and we marked that moment as a success.
Okay. Well, it did get me a bit. It's kind of weird how there's not that many buildings in the distance. Like, there's some over there. There's these, like, I guess water catchment things there. Tanks. And then there's a few of these apartments, but there's not, like, really anything beyond them. Where's the Citadel? I think it's over that way. I guess we are more on the outskirts of the city, but... Oh, no, there it is. Yeah. Black hole. Yeah, your view really doesn't change based on the orientation of the mud skipper. Bye. Also, I'm glad that the vehicles can't be destroyed in this game. That was a pain in some where they could like only take so much damage or impacts and then they'd explode. You don't have replacements in this, so that kind of makes sense, but... Muddy Toxic Walker is broken, sadly. It's supposed to be animated. Yeah. I don't seem to remember whether it ever being animated. It's broken it for over a decade. Right. Yeah, like... You mean where, like, the headcrabs were getting shelled in? I don't really remember that ever being animated, so... Oh, it has been... If so, it's been broken for quite a long time, yeah. I do like all the Combine equipment. These weird, like, needle things and...
We now have direct confirmation of a disruptor in our midst. One who has acquired an almost messianic reputation in the minds of certain citizens. His figure is synonymous with the darkest urges of instinct, ignorance, and decay. Some of the worst excesses of the Black Mesa incident have been laid directly at his feet. And yet unsophisticated minds continue to imbue him with romantic power, giving him such dangerous poetic labels as the one free man, the opener of the way. Let me remind all citizens of the dangers of magical thinking. We have scarcely begun to climb from the dark pit of our species' evolution. Let us not slide backward into oblivion, just as we have finally begun to see the light. If you see this so-called free man, report him. Civic deeds do not go unrewarded, and contrariwise, complicity with his cause will not go unpunished. Be wise. Be safe. Be aware.
But yeah, there's just like all these bits and pieces and doodads, and you don't really know what they do. I like how they're always just sort of shoved in a normal building.
Grenade intro. We conceived of this Combine base as both a training area and a playground for grenades, introducing them here in infinite supply crates to signal that it's safe for players to use grenades freely without fear of running out. Go wild. The Combine encounter here uses extensive markup to direct the soldier AI towards cover and provide good opportunities for players to make use of grenades. At the end of the area, the same infinite grenade technique helps players resolve the turret placement, as a direct assault is a lot more difficult if you don't. A bright red light and a particle trail were added to the grenades, making it significantly easier for players to follow their trajectory, whether they're throwing them or dodging one from a Combine soldier.
Yeah, I like the little shields I've got too, with this weird sort of gooey bubble effect on them. They're so happy. No more zombie jump scares in here. Oh right, grenades. Oh, he's feeling tired. Can you blow this up? I think you can. Explosion! I'm pretty sure you can. Like, with enough of them, it will like... Well, at least bits will fly off of it. Yeah, there we go. Oh, right. Camera on the roof. I don't remember whether you can destroy it further. Where are you? Oh, I guess you're in the next room. Yeah, like the fire's gone out. Yeah, whatever.
Air resistance. One important feature we had to add to our physics engine for Half-Life 2 was air resistance. At the time, physics engines would typically implement a general damping feature for slowing objects down as they moved, but this merely removes energy in a symmetric way. In order to create more believable motion, we decided to simulate air resistance instead. This allowed us to get asymmetric behavior, where the amount the object was slowed by moving through the air was different depending on how much surface area of the object was facing the direction of movement or rotation. This feature was key to making explosions and objects thrown by the gravity gun look believable. Fast-moving and fast-spinning objects are among the most expensive things to simulate in Half-Life 2's physics engine, so air resistance also improves CPU performance in cases like explosions. It is also key to presenting different materials and masses of objects. More dense objects can push aside air more easily, and this is visible. Having this effect in the simulation helps make the difference in density between cardboard boxes and wooden planks more apparent, and really helps make the objects in Half-Life 2's world much more convincing.
Oh, there you go. I didn't know that. I didn't know that the way an object was facing actually affected how it moved through the air. Yeah, I know, you're supposed to run you're supposed to hide go all the way up there with like a arrow or something, but yeah. This is easier. Unless someone else comes out there. No? Okay. But yeah, the whole thing where you're supposed to like, you know, move this up while hiding behind it. But yeah. Pistol with a sniper rifle. Ow! Bugger! Ah. Oh, hey. He ran into it! These Metro Cops for, despite all their equipment, they are still human. They're not modified in any major way, I believe. So, underneath the mask, it would just be a person. Later Combine soldiers, the military ones, are actually rather heavily modified.
Puzzle layers. Because players are often totally unaware of the designer's intent, which we think is a good thing, they tend to respond in all kinds of surprising ways to our puzzles. Even seemingly simple puzzles can see countless failures along the way to success. That was the case with this puzzle to open the canal gates, which required many layers of hints and cues. The sparking wheel communicates that this is where someone would normally open the gate, but some other method is needed. A few crows draw the player's eye towards the solution, in this case, a bundle of girders on a pendulum. As grenades have been thoroughly introduced, we originally wanted players to throw one to break the wooden support structure, but that wasn't obvious enough. We added exploding barrels as a much clearer clue. But even after solving the puzzle, some players didn't realize that the gates were now open, which led them to endlessly explore the base interior looking for another exit. So we had to remind them of their original problem, the broken gate. We added smoke, the alarm klaxon, and a spinning light, and it was then that we finally started seeing reliably good results in playtesting.
Yeah, because I guess people would assume we've gone this far, why would we go back to get the bike? Those things were designed pretty early on as well, the drop ships, from what I remember. They haven't really changed their design. Ooh. There's one of the SMG grenades up there. Ah! I think the grenade which the SMG launches sort of spins and rotates as it flies towards the target. Shouldn't it be more like a little rocket? Oh well. Oop. I like when you come back here, they've set up barriers and they're hiding behind them. This isn't looking good. Damn it! Who used all the health? And drop me some health? I thought I'd hold it for a little longer. Good. Health, please. There was a medkit there. There we go. So I like how it's called Crowbar Swoosh. Okay. What's the next section? Oh, hello.
Metrocop strafing. The initial design of the airboat levels aimed to challenge players with tight maneuvers under pressure from Metrocops. The Metrocop strafing fire pattern was meant to make players slalom around the shots as they sped through, but in a review process, internally known as Overwatch, some playtesters felt frustrated being shot at without a way to retaliate. They wanted the airboat to feel powerful and unstoppable. Based on that feedback, we refocused the levels to emphasize empowerment over challenge, shifting from dodging attacks to fast-paced combat, speed, and busting through barriers.
Okay. No, you do still have to dodge the rockets. I don't think I saw any other commentary bubbles there. Take the bricks out. Hey! The Magnum ammo. I don't think there's anything else around here. Wow. Nothing in the pipe there? No. I get over there in a bit.
3D Skybox. Oh. We've always needed to render a world that feels larger than our map limitations allow. In Half-Life 1, we used a cube map texture to let players see beyond the playable area. But in Half-Life 2, we wanted that view into the larger world to be dynamic, not just a static texture. Our map size limitation was about half a mile in each dimension, but we realized we could create a much larger outer world if we stored it at a reduced scale. So, we invented what we called the 3D Skybox. The 3D Skybox is a small box hidden within the actual game map containing geometry at 1/16th scale. Inside it, a reference point corresponds to a matching origin in the main map. Then, when we render the space beyond the playable area, we use the geometry from the 3D Skybox, positioned by that reference point and scaled up 16 times. Getting the lighting and fog to blend seamlessly across the transition from the main map to the Skybox presented some sticky challenges, but it worked. The result made the world feel significantly larger and more immersive than it had in Half-Life 1.
I don't think they've really invented that, because the same thing was done in the Unreal Tournament game, and probably in Unreal as well. It was funny, because in Unreal, you would fly into the skybox, and you could write your name on the sky, and it would appear over the actual map.
357 Intro. The Magnum, unlike the basic handgun with its slower rate of fire, is meant to be fired in a more measured, calculated way, dealing catastrophic damage to your target. Earlier versions of the Magnum had a bit of random dispersion, which we felt fit the heft and the less sensitive trigger pull of a larger pistol. However, this led to anticlimactic moments where players would carefully line up a shot only to miss due to the accuracy penalty. To address this, we made the first bullet perfectly accurate, with each subsequent shot becoming less accurate as you blasted away.
Like how the chain gun works in Doom. And the pistol. The first shot you fire is always perfectly accurate. Afterwards, they start varying. The model for the Magnum in this looks a lot better than in Half-Life 1 as well. In Half-Life 1, it's got this weird, like, shape to the barrel of it, where it looks like it, like, expands outwards.
VMPI. During development, we became increasingly frustrated with our slow gameplay iteration speeds, mainly because map compilation, needed to pre-compute lighting and visibility, was taking hours. Computers in 2000 were far slower than today's, and they had only a single CPU core each. Inspired by SETI at Home, a distributed program that used PCs worldwide to analyze radio waves for signs of extraterrestrial life, we built VMPI, which was our own distributed system that spread the map compilation process across many office computers. Today, these kinds of distributed systems run on giant GPU clusters, but at the time we just ran it on all the computers in our office. To deal with how our lighting code was evolving as quickly as our maps were, VMPI also distributed new exe files to everyone's computer too. In retrospect, this was a pretty terrifying security concept, just awfully bad. It's like the stuff of nightmares for IT folks, because we were sending an arbitrary executable to all of our work PCs and they would just run it. It was absolute madness. But it worked for us, and it did significantly increase our map iteration speed, and as a result, it ended up being a crucial tool.
Well... No. Oh yeah, you see there the Metro Cop actually deploying a manhack. Oh. The gunship's really good at, like, moving around to always keep you within its sights. As it's designed to do so, but you can't sit in one spot for too long. Ow, damn it! Well, first death. Oh, all the way back here? Oh well. Yeah, it's not that far.
VMPI.
I just want to activate them just in case there's anything based on that. There. They're very fast on the draw, those guys. Yes, it is a grenade. Oh, his hand's clipping through the ground. Does this have a conversation point about it? No. Doesn't look like it. Maybe they'll talk about it in a bit, but the documentary goes into how they can pull, they can focus the fire of enemies onto certain locations, like the windows, so that they shoot through them. They're not like actually shooting at you. But yeah. Again, it's an annoying thing. It's really good at keeping you in its sight. Yeah. Nope. Well, I didn't need that, but...
Mounted gun. The mounted guns were added here to help train the player on the gun's effectiveness against the attack helicopter for the final battle in the reservoir. This was necessary because up to this point, the helicopter was invulnerable to the player's weapons, and we had to give some indication that it could be harmed with larger weaponry. This was only somewhat effective in playtest due to the amount of pressure the player was under at the moment, which led us to developing the particle effects and sounds that would sell to the players that they were really doing damage.
I'm pretty sure you can't destroy it, you know? Well, I mean, you know. You just make it go boom a bunch. Klaxon! We came out of there. Is there anything on the ship over there? I did actually check. No, just a ship. What's the next part? I think I'm going to save it there. We'll continue with this next time. It's getting a little late. Ugh. Interesting developer commentary so far. I mean, I knew it would, but yeah. I guess this will end up being a full playthrough of it. Episode 1 and 2 as well. I'll have to see whether that will be directly afterwards. Far through the game are we? Well, yeah, there's still quite a bit. But yeah, anyway. Oh, thank you very much for joining, and I hope you join me again next time for more Half-Life 2.